Chapter 146. What do you mean? The virtuous lord frowned. The ragged prince said coldly, "Send all the cavalry out and cut off the enemy's army from the city gate. Charge north and kill the mother of dragons' militia and civilians." This. The virtuous lord hesitated. He looked at the first commander of the allied army, the first war god of Yuan-kai, the first military strategist, and the first fierce general, Grazadin Moeris. Grazadin, who was defeated by Danny without suffering any damage, was indeed the first war god of Yuan-kai. He even studied in New Guise. He was the captain of the Iron Army for 10 years. After his father died, he returned home to take over his father's job and became a great virtuous lord. Grazadin's record was so good that Mirin and New Guise recognized him as the commander of the allied army. Grazadin thought for a moment and said, "I have observed carefully. The white flag of the Unsullied, the wings of liberty of the Mother of Dragons Guards, and the red flag of the newly established guards have all passed by. The 3 dragons did not go to Emerald Lake 3 miles north. Instead, they flew to the forest 20 miles east. Perhaps they are looking for food. They have been gone for an hour and a half. If we can complete the attack within an hour, we should be safe. If the commander is brave enough and purposely waited for the Megalosaurus to appear before running to the city gate." Grazadin's eyes flashed coldly. His right hand slashed down like a knife. "Prepare the dragon-slaying crossbows near the city gate. Perhaps we can kill those dragons today." The ragged prince looked at Grazadin in surprise and praised, "Great minds think alike. Are you willing to be the warrior who baits the Megalosaurus?" Grazadin's smug expression froze. "Damn it, I paid you a lot of money to hire you mercenaries to come to Yuan-kai. Didn't I want you to work for me?" However, he could not refuse. He had just killed 50,000 soldiers half a month ago. He had to atone for his mistake. No problem. He was full of fighting spirit. Moments later, the city gate creaked open. Grazadin, who had changed into a metal armor, led 1,000 elite cavalry out. "Kill!" He raised his Veleglia steel scimitar and shouted. Rumble. The earth was shaking. Sand and dust were swept up by the horses' hooves, forming a yellow dragon that charged towards the marching troops a kilometer away. Under the afternoon sun, the militia that was lazily riding on the back of the horse and slowly moving to the north of Yuan-kai was stunned. They shouted and crazily whipped the horses but to disperse. 1,000 mercenaries and yellow silk-caped cavalry did not care about the scattered militia. They came out from the east gate, drew an arc, and charged towards the south. "Disperse! Throw away the supplies and disperse!" A militia captain stepped forward and shouted. As a result, thousands of sacks of wheat, copper pots, and tents were abandoned on the road. The horsemen on the back of the horses mindlessly urged their horses to gallop away. They did not even shoot a round of arrows, as if they were scared out of their wits. "Don't mess up the formation. Hold your ground and pierce through their ranks." Grazadin, who was at the front of the arrow formation, waved the scimitar in his hand and shouted loudly. Seeing the militia scattered like butter before a hot knife, he was very pleased with himself. Grazadin had never felt so carefree on the battlefield before. He felt as if his soul was being refined in the charge. The shadow of his failure half a month ago had completely left him. The terrifying dragon's roar could no longer bother him. Screech! Suddenly, the militia at the front stopped running away. Instead, they stood there quietly. Then, the nightmare came again. A terrifying roar came from the back of the militia. Nay, Black Dragon, a famous horse that was so ferocious that it even dared to bite a wild wolf, suddenly felt its front legs go limp like noodles. Then, Grazadin felt the world spinning around him. The light disappeared from his vision, and the clamorous shouts and nightmarish roars of the demonic dragon disappeared from his ears. In a daze, he lost consciousness. After some time, Grazadin felt someone touching his crotch. He wanted to shout, "How dare you!" But in an instant, his rationality returned. He was not dead. Was he captured? No, someone was taking off his armor. Grazadin slowly opened his eyes. He saw two men in short-sleeved linen clothes pulling off his iron boots. Next to them was a naked corpse as tall as a pile of firewood. The smell of blood was thick in his nose. Why didn't they capture me? Then, he knew the reason. When he opened his eyes, they were stuck with blood. His face was numb as if a thick layer of scab had formed on it. Some unlucky person's blood was all over his face. The militia who was searching the battlefield thought that he was dead. That's awesome. No, they are taking off my iron boots. After taking off my armor, they will come and take off my leather armor and inner shirt. They will immediately realize that I still have body temperature and a heartbeat. With this thought, he immediately focused. When the two militia pulled off his iron boots like they were pulling out radishes, he suddenly retracted his legs. In the instant that the militia was shocked, two huge feet came crashing down on their faces like rocket launchers. Then, Grazadin pushed off the ground with his hands and stood up. He did not even look at the two militia who were dizzy from being kicked by the huge feet. Instead, he ran toward the big yellow horse that was leisurely grazing beside him. An enemy is faking his death. The militia nearby shouted. Grazadin had already seen that there were more than two militia cleaning the battlefield, so he did not even think about killing the two in front of him. But he was lucky. The dozen or so centaur scouts behind him fired arrows like shooting stars. None of them hit his vitals. Yes, he was lying on the back of the horse. His butt and thigh were hit by 3 or 4 arrows. Even the horse under him was hit by 7 or 8 arrows. But other than running faster, it did not collapse. After running for a few miles, he saw the shadow of the city wall. But he did not dare to look up and shout. Dusk had just passed, and the sky was dark. The soldiers on the city wall probably did not recognize him. He even saw the cold light of the iron arrows reflected by the fire on the city wall. At this critical moment, he was lucky. He flipped his body and hid under the belly of the horse. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the arrows on the city wall were fired. The horse neighed and fell heavily to the ground. The centaur scouts behind also pulled on the reins and cursed a few times before leaving. He was saved. Grazadin, who was under the belly of the horse, let out a sigh of relief. Night. 5 kilometers north of Yuan Kai, in a wooden palace on a low hill. What? Grazadin was in the cavalry and he escaped? Hearing the news from the centaur, Dani was very angry. The mission in the afternoon was to vent her anger and to intimidate the slave owners of Yuan Kai. What could be more effective than cutting off the head of the commander of the Allied army? Grazadin has such obvious characteristics. Are you all blind? Calixi, you can't blame us. If I didn't ask the prisoners, I wouldn't have known that bastard left the city. Centaur Tschik cried out. Well, Tschik was the centaur who provoked Yora outside Drogo's tent that day. At that time, Dani went against tradition and did not let him lie on the ground waiting for death. Instead, she saved him. As a result, this guy also joined her casa. Tschik was originally a subordinate of Pinocchio. In addition to the blood guards, the capable centaurs of casa were also placed in important positions. Tschik was one of the leaders of the militia. Virtuous lord, your black hair is so long and your helmet is so high. How conspicuous is it? Dani retorted. No high helmet. Tschik shouted. Well, now only the upright centaurs dared to shout at Dani. Dani waved her hand and said, bring the prisoner with the highest status here. After a while, the two unsullied at the entrance of the tent opened the cowhide curtain. Red-haired Lila personally escorted a blonde prisoner in with a guard. Under the bright light of the torch, Dani saw that the other party was a blonde white man with blue eyes. His armor was removed, and he was wearing a white shirt and black pants. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He was tall and sturdy, with a height of more than 1.8 meters. The curves of his chest and hips were somewhat feminine, and his shoulder-length blonde hair was messy on his face. However, the other party's face was very large and square, and it was not completely covered by his hair. His nose looked like it had been bitten by a dog. The torn flesh revealed 2 black holes, and there was a deep cross-shaped scar on both cheeks. His blue eyes were like ice that could not be melted. It seemed like he had no ears. This is... Danny recognized Lila. The interrogator of the wind blowers, Beauty Maris. The red-haired female knight said with a complicated expression. Danny frowned and could not help but think of Beauty Brittany. It seemed that the beauty that women loved the most had become a sharp sword that pierced ugly women. Your friend? She asked. Not a friend. She's also a Westeros. We've met a few times and nodded at each other. This guy is very difficult to communicate with. Lila complained. Oh, so you're from the same hometown. Danny nodded and smiled. Help Maris remove her shackles. Looking at the queen who only took off her helmet, Lila and the guard released Maris' hands and feet from the chains. What's going on with Grazadon? Maris rubbed her wrists and looked at Danny indifferently. He's the commander of the cavalry division. When he escaped from Astapor, he cut off his long straight hair and took off his toga robe to not attract attention. Because he wore the same armor as us, your people did not recognize him. Although Maris' voice was hoarse, it was not as rough as her face. Perhaps it was because she was an interrogator, but she knew very well what Danny wanted to know, so she simply told her everything. I see. After understanding Grazadon's situation, Danny asked again, is there a possibility that your commander, the Ragged Prince, will side with me? She was also very straightforward. The commander will only side with the winner. He thinks that you have no chance of winning. With that, Maris turned to Lila and asked strangely, what's the Rose Group thinking? There's no Rose Group. John and I have all become knights under the Queen. Regular knights. Lila said proudly. I mean, have you considered the consequences? When the Mother of Dragons is defeated, the Rose Group will be finished. Maris sneered. Defeated? Lila smiled faintly. We've surrounded Yuan Kai, and you don't even dare to leave the city gate. Who will be defeated? The battle is not about Yuan Kai, and it's not even about Slave Bay. The Mother of Dragons is against the entire world. Maris sighed. Let's take it one step at a time. Danny raised her hand to end the topic. The careless Lila might not have noticed, but Danny noticed that the windblown group's interrogator's eyes were cold. It was obvious that she was using this opportunity to test her trump card. Maris, tell me, how should I deal with your group of captives? She turned to Lila and asked, how are the casualties? We lost 30 soldiers, the other side lost 300, 700 captives, about 300 mercenaries, and 400 yellow silk capes. Excluding the dead and disabled, we also got 900 good horses. The red-haired female knight replied. Danny nodded and looked at Beauty Maris. Have you thought about it? I think the commander will pay you a large ransom. Obviously, the ugly Maris did not have the intention to side with her. Danny's heart moved, but her expression was calm. Okay, tomorrow afternoon let the windblown group send a messenger to negotiate with me. If the price is right, I'll let you go after the battle. Chapter 147. At noon the next day, under the watchful eyes of a group of crossbow-wielding soldiers, the hanging basket in the corner creaked as it climbed up the city wall. The Ragged Prince quickly walked to the front of the hanging basket and said to the woman squatting inside, Marise, why did they let you come back? After yesterday's battle, the people of Yuan Kai were terrified, and the city gate was blocked by sandbags and stones. Marise rode alone to the city gate and could only dismount and take the bamboo basket's lift. The beautiful interrogator glanced at the disguised masters behind the commander and said calmly while climbing out of the basket, the Mother of Dragons let me come back to pass a message. After passing the message, I still have to go back to be a captive. What message? Dan quickly asked. He and the other masters took off their toga robes and changed into the yellow silk cloaks of the ordinary guy's soldiers. They disguised themselves as ordinary guards to avoid being targeted by the megalosaurus in the sky. In the morning, the black dragon came over and killed the 3 sons of the great virtuous master with a 15 kilograms barrel of kerosene. The great virtuous master's pyramid was the largest. At around 5:00 in the morning, the sun had just revealed half of its face from the horizon. The 3 princes habitually went to the top garden and bathed in the morning light to practice their martial arts. In the end, a fire bomb fell from the sky and turned the 3 princes into human-shaped torches. It was a miserable sight. Maurice didn't look at Graz Dan and said to her commander, "The mother of dragons hopes that you will lead the wind-blowing group to her side. She will give you double the commission or other conditions you propose." "Ah!" the nearby guy's soldiers and masters exclaimed. The ragged prince didn't seem to notice the guy's soldiers' wary gazes and said calmly, "Maurice, you should understand the other party's intentions. Yes, the mother of dragons is trying to sow discord between the wind-blowing group and Master Yuan Kai." The interrogator nodded. "Yes, that cunning woman wants to drive a wedge between us." Graz Dan gritted his teeth. As he spoke, his right hand unconsciously touched his hip. He had been shot 4 times last night and should have been resting at home. However, His Excellency War God's team had been wiped out once again. He felt guilty. If he didn't immediately get out of bed and contribute his strength to Yuan Kai's anti-dragon mother cause, he wouldn't be able to sit or lie down in peace. He wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He would be anxious and anxious. Alright, he wanted to atone for his sins. He wanted to use his unremitting efforts to make up for the mistakes caused by non-personal factors. If the wind-blowing group is not willing to join them, then they must pay the Mother of Dragons a ransom in exchange for the 124 members. Meryl said calmly. "How much?" The ragged prince's eyes flickered as he asked, "Can we negotiate?" She can't just say how much she wants, can she? At least 3 times as much as usual, but the Mother of Dragons also said that she would not go against tradition. She allowed the wind-blowing group to send someone to negotiate tonight, Meili said. At night? Grazidan's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked, "Why not in the afternoon? Do you know what happened to that woman in the camp? Did those slaves go to the Jade Lake to fetch water? When are they going to attack?" Meryl looked at her leader. "Tell him." The ragged prince nodded and said softly. The Mother of Dragons did not set up camp at the Jade Lake. The smell there is quite strong. She probably guessed that the virtuous master had contaminated the lake with feces. Her camp is divided into 3 parts. The front, middle, and back camps are located 5 kilometers north of Yuan Kaidong. They extend more than 10 kilometers to the east, and the closest one is 7 to 8 kilometers away from the Jade Lake. I don't know the exact situation in the camp. Before I left, I only saw a large group of soldiers digging a well. The Mother of Dragons was outside the camp, supervising the malicious construction. She seems to be very busy, so she set the negotiation at night. That shouldn't be. Grazidan rubbed his chin and said doubtfully, "The Jade Lake and the forest nearby are the perfect camping grounds that we prepared for the slaves." Throwing feces into the lake was to lower the woman's vigilance. Drinking the feces-contaminated water directly may cause symptoms, but it is not fatal. Actually, it is fine to just filter it with gauze and boil the water. When she thinks that we have already done something to the lake, she will ignore the real killer move. "You even poisoned it?" The ragged prince asked with a frown. "Do you think we are stupid? Won't the fishes die if we poisoned it?" Grazidan glanced at the leader of the wind-blowing team in disdain and said coldly, "We sank 10,000 slave corpses in the lake." Hiss, the interrogator, who had always been expressionless no matter what the situation was, gasped in shock just like her captain. If it really caused a large-scale epidemic, how can Yuan Kai escape? The ragged prince said in disbelief. Slaves die one after another, but the virtuous master still stands proudly on the pyramid. Grazidan's expression was 7 parts smug and 3 parts ruthless. "We are willing to let Yuan Kai and the Mother of Dragons die together." If news of the blood plague really spread, I'm afraid that you virtuous masters will immediately seal the pyramid and completely cut off all contact with the outside world, the Ragged Prince said coldly. Ragged Prince, the virtuous masters are very generous. We will pay the ransom for the captured mercenaries and the compensation for the dead mercenaries. Grazidan smiled meaningfully at the leader of the wind-blowing team. The gray-haired leader instantly understood what he meant. We have money and are willing to pay. Aren't the mercenaries selling their lives for money? Maris, you have another mission. Help us find out about the slave camp. Grazidan directly ordered the interrogator. Finally, before leaving, he turned back and said, "Oh right, during the negotiation tonight, help me ask that woman if our guy's warrior can be redeemed. The price is negotiable." The Ragged Prince watched the virtuous masters leave with a cold gaze. Maris, come with me. That afternoon, Maris and 2 other members of the wind-blowing team were placed outside of Yuan-Kai City in a hanging basket. Along with them were 2 healthy horses. Other than Maris, there was a tall young man from Bravos and a well-built old man with a white beard. Strangely, the old man had a 2-handed greatsword on his left waist, a flute on his right, and a wooden guitar on his slightly hunched back. The centaur scouts that had been patrolling 500 meters outside of the city were immediately alerted. After Maris went up alone and explained the situation, the leader of the scouts, Tschik, waved his hand unwillingly and made the cavalry move out of the way. You guys came too early. He muttered. Maybe, but only the others can wait for the queen. No one can make the queen wait for too long. Don't you think so? The Bravosian beside Maris laughed. Humph, you'll have to wait. The queen is hunting in the forest in the east. She won't be back until evening. Tschik mocked. The Bravosian's eyes flashed. He opened his mouth and was about to ask how many people went, but after seeing the ugly woman's cold gaze, he immediately changed his words. Waiting for the queen is also a kind of honor. We'll gladly endure it. A group of 10 centaurs protected the 3 mercenaries as they walked towards the camp 5 kilometers away. Along the way, the Bravosian's eyes drifted left and right, not letting go of any militia that passed by his sight. 3 kilometers away from Yuan-Kai City, there was a sudden clamor in his ears. His vision was densely packed with people and wood. Tens of thousands of short-sleeved soldiers were doing carpentry under the command of the Unsullied. They're building siege engines and trebuchets. When they arrived at the camp, the Bravosian was shocked again. What a tall and sturdy camp. The thigh-thick wooden fence was 5 meters high and had 2 layers. In the middle was a 2-meter-wide wall with dirt piled up. Outside the outermost wooden fence, there were shirtless civilians building walls. The manors outside Yuan-Kai City were all burned down. But while the wooden houses where the slaves lived could be burned down, the gorgeous brick villas of the slave owners would be left in ruins. At this time, a group of civilians dismantled pieces of yellow bricks from the blackened brick wall and pushed them near the camp with strange wheelbarrows. Then, the bricklayers began to build the wall against the wooden fence. Such a sturdy camp. It seemed that the Mother of Dragons was not stupid. She was prepared to fight a long-term siege with Yuan-Kai. The Bravosian youth was deep in thought. Wait here. You're not allowed to go anywhere else in the camp. The captain took the 3 of them to the stables behind the camp gate and arranged for 2 Unsullied patrolling in the camp to guard them. Then, he left with the centaurs. How much work would it take to build such a sturdy camp? I'm afraid we won't be able to attack Yuan-Kai in a short time. The Bravosian whispered to his 2 companions. Zidane, be honest. It's your new second son's regiment's business if you're willing to be a spy for the Jith people. Don't cause trouble and implicate more than 100 of my brothers. The old man's eyes were as sharp as a blade. Don't worry, I'm just a guard. I won't even meet the little queen. The Bravosian smiled strangely. He, I'm only paid to do things. I only care about the Mother of Dragons' army. Even if your wind-blowing group secretly discusses with her about joining her side, I won't interfere. You. The old man was furious. Meili pulled him and said lightly, Danzo, why do you care about such a villain? Humph, that's right. Danzo snorted and said sarcastically, in order to become famous, you even changed the name of your regiment. Aren't you afraid of being infected with the bad luck of the Second Sons Regiment being wiped out? It's the new Second Sons Regiment, not the Second Sons Regiment, Zidane corrected and said with a smile, what bad luck? It's more like power and wealth. After changing the name, the small mercenary regiment of 20 people that wasn't even qualified to join the Jith army suddenly expanded to 500 people. When those stragglers heard that I was the illegitimate son of the Titan's illegitimate son, they all flocked to me. Now, even the virtuous lords know my name. Hee hee hee, 200,000 gold radiance coins, how's that compared to your wind-blowing group? You better pray that the Mother of Dragons doesn't know about your relationship with Merlot. That big Bravashan was miserable. He was burned to a crisp by the dragon's flames and then was bitten into pieces by 2 dragons. Speaking of this, Danzo deliberately looked up and down at the uneasy Bravashan and said, you're not small either. If you're roasted, you'll be very chewy. The Megalosaurus will like it. You know, I'm just borrowing Merlot's name. He's 29 years old this year. How can he have a son as big as me? Zidane forced a smile. The Dragon Queen is back. Meili suddenly said. At this time, the sky was already dark. The camp was located on a hill, and they could see the surrounding scenery. They saw a dusty Megalosaurus appear in the east. The sound of hooves rumbled. Thousands of cavalry led by a red-cloaked knight were like a long dragon winding on the earth at dusk. Behind the red-cloaked knight, there were 2 flag-bearers holding 2 flags, the Wings of Freedom and the red-black dragon flag. It's the Imperial Guards and the Mother of Dragons Guards. That red cloak is the Dragon Queen. Zidane's eyes shone. Chapter 148. Even if the Dragon Queen returned to the camp at dusk with a large number of prey, the 3 messengers representing the wind-blowing group could not see her immediately. But Maris and Danzo were not in a hurry, because the silver-haired queen had said last night that she would meet the messengers of the wind-blowing group during the night's rest time. Zidane, the leader of the new Second Sons Regiment, who was disguised as a messenger of the wind-blowing group, was not in a hurry either. He pretended to look around as if nothing had happened and muttered to himself. She claims to have an army of 200,000, but in reality, there are only 52,000 people. That woman really knows how to brag. He said to his 2 companions proudly as he drank the carrot oatmeal. Well, the guards did not starve them. There was enough carrot oatmeal, and each person was given half a pound of roasted boar meat. Humph, you don't need to count the smoke from the bonfire. The Mother of Dragons did not intend to hide her strength at all. The merchants in Astapor have already told the slave masters about her military strength. Danzo mocked. You don't understand. Zidane shook his head and said with a smile, of course, I also know about her military strength, but her troops didn't suffer any major losses after a 600-mile raid in 10 days. Doesn't this mean something? What does it mean? No matter how many losses her troops have suffered, with just 3 dragons, it is impossible for us to go out of the city and raid. Did you forget the lesson yesterday? Danzo shook his head. Who are we? Zidane sneered. Danzo was stunned and did not understand what he was trying to say. We are mercenaries, not Gith people, nor are we virtuous or great lords. Is the wind-blowing group really planning to die for Yuan Kai? Are you going to rely on the Mother of Dragons? Maris, who had been silent all this time, was also shocked. Of course. Zidane dragged his words and said with a smile. No. No matter how many times the Mother of Dragons wins, she will lose in the end. But seeing that her army of 50,000 is still so neat after a long raid, I am afraid that Yuan Kai will not be the last battle of her life. Since that is the case, we have to prepare a backup plan. Let's work together and secretly control a few large ships. If the situation is not right, this time, the 2 members of the windblown mercenary group didn't refute Zidane's words. Instead, they seemed to be deep in thought. It was almost a tradition for mercenary groups to run away if they couldn't win, so it wasn't embarrassing to say it out loud. Around 10 o'clock at night, the entire campsite was quiet. The ground was covered with flickering bonfires, like a starry night hanging upside down. Under the guidance of the unsullied, Meryl and Danzo saw the silver-haired queen leaning on a wooden chair with her right hand supporting her chin. She was still wearing her grayish-black full-body armor. Only her helmet was removed. Under her silky hair was a delicate and small face. Her silver hair flickered under the light of the torch. The mother of dragons was really young, and she was as beautiful as the rumors said. Her eyes were clear and bright, without any fanaticism, but there was an obvious tiredness in them. The moment Danzo entered the wooden palace, he began sizing up the queen. Considering that Lara knew the general situation of the Blowing Wind group, the people of Bravos could not pretend to be officers of the mercenary group, and if they were not officers, they would not be qualified to meet Danny. He stayed outside the tent. Seeing the flute at the old man's waist and the wooden guitar on his back, Danny sat up straight and said in surprise, "Oh, this old swordsman is also a bard?" Danzo bowed and said gently, "Your Majesty, I am Danzo Dahan, the deputy commander of the Blowing Wind group, representing the Ragged Prince to negotiate with you. As you can see, I am indeed a poet, a warrior poet." The old man's appearance was coarse, and his armor was old and tattered, but he gave Danny a feeling of elegance like a spring breeze. Flute in the left hand, sword in the right. What a warrior poet! Danny smiled and patted him, saying, "I've been learning the harp from a musician recently. If there's a chance, let's exchange ideas." This wasn't a lie. After becoming the queen, Danny had arranged for herself cultural classes, etiquette classes, and other noble classes in addition to swordsmanship. As a transmigrator, she indeed lacked the basic etiquette of a different world. Like she said, etiquette was never used to ask others how to behave, but to regulate her own behavior. She couldn't be like a silly Chinibu and shout, "I'm coarse, I'm proud, you all have to listen to me, learn from me, right? If the Blowing Wind group is willing to pledge allegiance to your Majesty, how many chances are there?" The red-haired Lara said with a smile. "It's not impossible." Danzo said something that shocked Danny and the others. Not to mention Danny, if Zidane was present, his jaw would probably drop. Previously, this old man had an unyielding and proud look, but now, under normal circumstances, almost no mercenary group would stab their employer in the back. Otherwise, who would hire you? For example, Mero's second sons had a long history and were powerful, but the reputation of Titan's illegitimate sons was too bad, and they had not received any missions for several years. Therefore, once they received the Githa's invitation, they immediately traveled thousands of miles from Bravos to Myrene. The reason Danny acted like she was thirsty for talents in the Blowing Wind group and driving a wedge between the Blowing Wind group and the Virtuous Lord was only a secondary goal. Her main goal was to send a few Jianggan to the Chao camp on the other side without leaving a trace. Is the Prince of Ragged Clothes really willing to renounce the darkness and pledge allegiance to the light? Danny stared. Renounce the darkness and pledge allegiance to the light? This dragon queen sure knows how to talk. Danzo complained in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled warmly and nodded. The Prince of Ragged Clothes has admired your Majesty for a long time. As long as you satisfy his insignificant request, he will lead 2,000 of his brothers to pledge loyalty to your Majesty. What does he want? Danny asked curiously. Pentos, Danzo said seriously. What? Danny suspected that she had heard wrongly. If your Majesty agrees to give Pentos to our leader in the future, the Blowing Wind group will be yours. Danzo clearly stated his condition. I remember that the Prince of Ragged Clothes once rejected the position of Prince of Pentos. Why is he regretting it now? Danny was puzzled. There were two reasons why the leader of the Blowing Wind group was called the Prince of Ragged Clothes. First, he was born in a noble family of Pentos and was elected as Prince of Pentos 30 years ago. Second, he wore a tattered cloak that looked like a tattered bedsheet. The members of the Blowing Wind group affectionately called him the Tattered King. Your Majesty, don't you know the customs of Pentos? Danzo frowned. Sir, I stayed in Pentos for a long time, but I was too young at that time. The most I knew was that Black Jack's grilled herring was the cheapest on Bear Street. 1 copper coin was enough to fill one's belly. Danny chuckled. Danzo's expression was strange. He nodded and said, "I've been to Black Jack's barbecue shop. 1 copper coin and 2 tails of sour wine." "Your Majesty, do you know about the situation of the royal family of Kors?" he asked again. Danny immediately understood. She said in disbelief, "When I was in Pentos, I often saw the prince patrolling the streets. In a long line, 3 ceremonial officials in gorgeous clothes walked in front. They were holding a golden scale, an iron sword, and a silver whip. It was said that these 3 things symbolized the prince's control over trade, war, and justice in Pentos. Every New Year's Day, the prince even." Speaking of this, Danny's cheeks turned red. Every New Year's Day, Pentos would offer a beautiful virgin to the 2 gods in charge of the land and the sea. Then, the prince would represent the gods to lust for the 2 virgins. When Viserys told his sister about this, his face was full of envy and jealousy. He even said, "If only the Westeros had such a custom." Then, Laegar would not have caused such a big commotion when he snatched Lyanna Stark. After a few light coughs, Danny was puzzled. "Pentos doesn't look like the royal power has been lost. It's all on the surface." Sighing, Danzo slowly explained, "Pentos is the same as Dragonstone Island where you were born. It was a trading outpost built by Valeglia. It was ruled by the nobles of Valeglia. The prince was chosen from 40 noble families. Nominally, he was equivalent to the king of Pentos. But after the fall of Valeglia, the foundation of the city's power changed. From absolute power Valeglia's megalosaurus to pure wealth. But in terms of wealth, how could the prince compare to the great sea merchants? And so, after a few hundred years, the prince gradually became a symbol, even a sacrifice." Sacrifice? Danny was stunned. Every time Pentos loses a war, or the year is not good, resulting in crop failure, the Pentos people will slit the prince's throat and sacrifice him to the gods to appease the gods' anger. Fuck! What kind of weird custom was this? The seasons in this world were not fixed. Everything was fine in summer, but winter would always come. What kind of year would there be in winter that lasted for several years? Wouldn't the prince be beheaded every time winter came? Danzo continued, "When the previous prince was beheaded, the commander was elected as the new prince. But how could he want such a prince? I haven't even conquered Yuan-Kai. Who knows if I'll have a chance to go to Pentos in this life?" Danny refused. The Ragged Prince must be crazy. How could the Windblown group be worth her running tens of thousands of miles to conquer a trading city for him? You don't need to lead an army to attack Pentos. Danzo seemed to have guessed her thoughts and explained, "Pentos' situation is very special. In the slave war 100 years ago, Pentos sacrificed 4 princes in a year, but they were still no match for Bravos. The governors of Pentos could only choose to negotiate. While promising to give up the slavery system, they were also forced to sign an agreement to reduce their military power. First, Pentos could not have more than 20 warships. Second, Pentos could not hire mercenaries and could not sign a contract to defend the city with free mercenaries. Third, other than a limited number of city guards, Pentos could not have an army. Therefore, Pentos was as weak as a delicate girl. Your Majesty only needed to send 3 dragons to accompany them, and the Windblown group could easily take Pentos." Looking at Danzo's eager eyes, Danny touched her chin and said something out of the topic. "Did Bravos really start the war for slaves? I remember that there were many servants wearing slave collars in Governor Illyrio's mansion. Your Majesty is smart. The Ragged Prince once said that the abolition of slavery was just an excuse for Bravos to expand their power. In name, Pentos did not have a single slave, but in reality, it was just a change of name. Slaves were changed to debt slaves. No matter how hard they worked, the money they earned could never satisfy their daily needs. Buying a house, getting married, eating, raising children, therefore, those free slaves could only borrow from wealthy merchants. In order to pay off the loans, they could only do the work arranged by the wealthy and work harder to earn money to pay off the debt that could never be paid off. Speaking of this, Danzo's gaze towards Danny changed. It was full of awe and worship. Your Majesty is completely different from the Bravos people. Your Majesty provides every new free person with enough living necessities, land that will always belong to them, interest-free and long-term Queen's loans. The slaves themselves may not understand how much protection the code you set up is for ordinary people. A perfect system and law allows every new free person to live a truly free and prosperous life. You are the real liberator of slaves. Chapter 149. It was because Danny was playing for real, not just for show, and was very good at it that the others hated her so much. The hatred stemmed from the deep fear. Bravos had held the banner of freeing the slaves for hundreds of years, but the rest of the slave-trading city-states did not react at all. When Bravos used the excuse of abolishing slavery to attack Pentos, Mir, Volantis, Tarosai, and other city-states were watching the fun without any intention of intervening. But Danny did not shout, "I want to abolish slavery," to the world at all. She only secretly engaged in large-scale production in a corner of the world. As a result, the Guy's alliance attacked, and Quills and Volantis were also sharpening their swords, ready to declare war on her. Even Bravos, which had always opposed slavery, had a faceless person come to assassinate her. In just half a year, Danny, who kept a low profile, had become the enemy of the world. Even if she had 3 dragons, the mercenaries with a little foresight were not optimistic about her. Therefore, Danzo sincerely respected her, and the Ragged Prince also wanted to borrow the power of the dragons, but they did not want to rely on her. Well, they did not want to be martyrs. Since Pentos has no national defense force, the wind-blowing group's 2,000 elite infantry should be enough, right? Danny wondered. Your Majesty, you have been to Pentos, so you should know how high and thick the city walls are. Danzo smiled bitterly. Because of the limited military power, Pentos people crazily increased the walls. And Bravo's attitude is uncertain. The Mother of Dragons' reputation is enough to make them not dare to directly intervene. Danny frowned. The wind-blowing group was too smart. 2,000 infantry was indeed a powerful force, but it would only be used once in Yuankai, and they would not rely on her forever. After seizing Pentos, the Ragged Prince obviously did not intend to pledge allegiance to her. It was easy to send the Megalosaurus to help attack the city, but could she bear the pressure from Bravos? Not to mention that Bravos had the world's largest navy, the most powerful shipbuilding ability, the most powerful industrial productivity, and the most powerful assassin group, the Faceless People. Just the Iron Treasury alone was enough to take away half of her life. The Iron Treasury was the creditor of the entire world. Even if all the gold coins in the world's banks were added together, it would not be as much as the Iron Vault. Could it be that the Ragged Prince already thinks of me as a dead person? A dead person naturally wouldn't be afraid no matter how much blame was placed on him. At most, he would just die. The more Danny thought about it, the more upset she felt, but she couldn't refuse too harshly. A mercenary group of 2,000 elite infantrymen was enough to rank among the top 5 in the Ursos continent. Danny estimated that she would have to sacrifice the same number of soldiers if she were to fight them head-on. I won't lie. If it was another time and place, I would have rejected your Windblown Guild without hesitation. However, with the current situation, the Windblown Guild's attitude is enough to change the outcome of this battle. As such, the Ragged Prince's conditions aren't too harsh. Danny said after some consideration. Danzwa nodded inwardly. That's right. It was because they saw that the Mother of Dragons was in a dilemma that they put forward such harsh conditions. He and the Ragged Prince both knew how big and heavy the black pot in Bravos was. Yes, it was the kind of pot that could crush the Mother of Dragons to death again. Again, the Mother of Dragons had plenty of pots to worry about. She had even taken the initiative to take on the world pot of abolishing slavery. Bravos wouldn't make a difference. Thump, 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 Danny tapped on the armrest of the chair lightly and asked softly, "Do you know Illyrio Mopatis?" Donzua's eyes flashed as he nodded and said, a trading governor in Pentos. He mainly deals in spices, gems, and dragon bones. I heard that your 3 dragon eggs were purchased by him from the Shadowlands. That's right. Illyrio gave me 3 dragon eggs. He also protected me and Viserys from assassins many times. I lived a princess-like life in his house for half a year. Later, when I wandered to Qualls, he sent 3 ships to pick me up and bring me back to my country. My naval commander, Sir Grollet, and half of his sailors are also his people. Dany looked at him and said, if it were another city, I might have agreed to the Ragged Prince's conditions, but I would never invade a friend's city, or even, if Illyrio asked, I wouldn't hesitate to take Pentos and give it to him. I wouldn't ask for a single copper coin in return. Finally, she said firmly, Targaryen, a debt must be repaid. The red-haired Lila, the beautiful Mareth, and the warrior poet Donzua's faces were all twisted in that moment. If that Duke Tywin of Ragin Keela was here, they wondered if he would go crazy. Everyone complained in their hearts. Alright, the Lannister family's motto was, hear me roar. Dany didn't break the rules. I'm afraid that Governor Illyrio won't be able to become Prince of Pentos. He was born poor and doesn't have the bloodline of the 40 great nobles. Donzua said hesitantly. The Ragged Prince definitely doesn't want to be a puppet anymore. When he comes to power, what will happen to the governor of trade who holds real power? I can't push my benefactor into a fire pit, right? Dany smiled and threw the blame on the head of her benefactor, Illyrio. How about this, I don't need you to spread rumors. Anyway, I just need to dawdle in Yuan Kai. If I can take down Yuan Kai and you gain Illyrio's recognition. Yes, when I receive Illyrio's letter, I'll mobilize the Megalosaurus to help you take down Pentos. At least this was better than a direct rejection. I can't make the decision. I have to go back and discuss it with the Ragged Prince. Donzua said hesitantly. Alright, we can continue the discussion tomorrow night at this time. You can tell the wise master that my price is too high and that he won't budge. I can only go back and ask the commander. Dany nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Donzua bowed respectfully and found Zidane outside the tent. They returned to Yuan Kai that very night. Mareth returned to the prisoner camp obediently. Under the moonlight and starlight, the 2 knights listened to the sound of horse hooves as they walked back silently. Suddenly, the Bravosi looked around and asked softly, did you succeed? No. Why? The Dragon Queen insisted on 4 times the normal ransom. Donzua also lowered his voice. Anyway, the wise master is the one paying, and the current situation is very special. She's not asking for too much. Zidane was puzzled. I did it on purpose. I'll go back and ask the commander tonight. We'll continue the discussion tomorrow, Donzua said mysteriously. Zidane suddenly came to his senses and patted the old poet's shoulder. He laughed softly and said, you're old and sly. You've delayed for another day for Yuan Kai. The wise master should reward you. It's not considered delaying. After all, you saw it too. The Mother of Dragons needs time to build siege weapons. Donzua shook his head. After he went back and reported this matter, the wise master really rewarded Donzua 500 gold radiance coins. After the wise masters and mercenary commanders heard the news that Zidane found out, they were so happy that they had a midnight party in the Great Pyramid. When they returned to the wind-blowing team's commander's room in the early morning, Donzua told him the whole story. So the relationship between Illyrio and that woman is so deep. The prince in ragged clothes stroked the white beard on his chin and thought for a moment. Do you know how long the enemy army's food can last? Donzua said, it's more than we expected. The Unsullied gave us half a pound of wild boar meat for dinner. I've observed carefully. Almost every soldier was given a piece of meat. The nearby forest is only so big. How long can they last by hunting? Then, Commander, what do you mean? Donzua was puzzled. The prince in ragged clothes smiled coldly and said, tomorrow, tell that woman that I agree to her plan B. I will not do anything for the next few days. The wind-blowing team will try not to be stained with the blood of the slave army. But when she can't hold on and has the idea of returning to my plana, you can use the excuse of talking about the ransom of the Gith captives and put a yellow silk cloak back as a signal. At that time, I will automatically reach a new agreement with her. Illyrio will take his wealth and scram, and she will help me take down Pentos. Donswa looked at the gray-haired old commander in admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant, really brilliant. He. He. Danny looked at the blood contract in her hand and laughed coldly. The next day, Donswa and Zidane left Yuan Kai early as usual and had dinner at Danny's camp. Although the two had different goals, they were both pleasantly surprised. Today's steak was a quarter thinner than yesterday, and the oatmeal was not as thick as last night. The Dragon Queen also came back later. During the negotiations that night, Donswa found that the Dragon Queen was even more tired than last night. It seemed like she was worried about something. Was there no food? The negotiations went smoothly. Even though the Queen repeatedly emphasized that she, Danny Rise, would not do anything to betray her friends even if she was defeated, wiped out, or killed. But in the end, he still wrote his name on the contract without hesitation. At noon on the third day, in the giant Jela arena in Yuan Kai City. With the arrival of the Mother of Dragons, Yuan Kai also entered a state of emergency where the entire city was on alert. Entertainment activities such as gladiators and courtesans' parades were naturally suspended. The giant Jela arena that belonged to His Excellency the Virtuous Lord was no exception. The stands on all sides and the arena were empty. Only the stone hall where the gladiators trained their martial arts could be heard. No, uncle, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Uncle, Virtuous Lord, Uncle Mourinho, no. An 18 or 19-year-old youth was crying and struggling, wailing and crying. The giant Jela arena was also built by excavating the ground, so the training ground next to the arena was 10 meters away from the ground. At the top of the spacious training ground covered with stone slabs, there were skylights the size of wash basins. The lighting was very good. The golden sunlight penetrated through the skylights to the ground. There were visible black dust in the yellow light pillars, the charcoal ash of the burning firewood. The circular training ground was about 500 square meters. In the center, there was a 2-meter-high white jade platform with a width of one's arms. At the top of the stone platform, there was a golden stone egg. The surface of the stone egg was covered with fine scales, like the skin of a young dragon. This was a golden dragon egg. With the stone pillar as the center, there was a pattern of burning flames painted on the ground nearby with red paint. The holy mark of the Light King, Lalo, was similar to the heptagram of the Seven Gods Church. Each holy mark of the flame was the size of a baby's palm. Countless holy marks formed a huge reverse spiral vortex around the stone pillar. 2 iron chains were dragged out from the top and bottom of the stone pillar. The wailing youth's hands and feet were shackled by the iron chains. The youth's long black hair was wet and draped over his shoulders. His toka robe and silk pants were also dripping with a light green liquid. Well, there was a strong olive fragrance. The youth was also surrounded by firewood. Chapter 150. Gandhi, for the great Daznak family, for Yuan Kai, for Slave Bay, for the Gai's Empire, for the peaceful future of the world's people, you, go. Throw yourself into the arms of the Lord of Light, Lalo, is also a good home, the virtuous Lord said with red and swollen eyes as he looked at his nephew who was dragging the chains with a clattering sound. His eyes were not red and swollen like a sorrowful person who was holding back his tears. Instead, he looked like a leader who had lost half of his public funds in Macau and was gritting his teeth as he placed his final bet on the betting table. Virtuous Lord, you are mistaken. Your nephew will not enter the kingdom of the Lord of Light. The object of your sacrifice is Lord Lalo, the shadow demon. A strangely dressed old woman beside him chuckled. The old woman was leaning on a walking stick and had a hunched back. She had yellowish-black old skin and sparse hair. Her wrinkled cheeks were inlaid with a piece of red jade. She wore a tight black top that revealed her 2 breasts. She purposely made 2 holes in her chest. They looked like shriveled eggplants that had been exposed to the sun for 10 days. They swayed left and right as the old woman walked. There was even a palm-sized metal ring at the top of the eggplants. Judging from her attire, the old woman should have come from one of the 3 fortress cities of the descendants of Herr Cologne. The descendants of Herr Cologne were destroyed by the juggernauts. The remaining survivors fled into the 3 fortresses and gradually developed into the 3 fortress cities of Shamiliana, Kayakayanaya, and Bayasabad. Perhaps it was because too many men had died in the war, or perhaps it was because they despised men for being useless and a disgrace to the legendary hero, Herculan, Yasser Ahai. After the country was destroyed by the zebra people, the descendants of Herculan became a purely feminist society. Before the women of the new era learned how to walk, they had to learn how to ride a horse and climb. Starting from childhood, every woman had to master the skills of using a bow, spear, knife, and slingshot. Adult female warriors who passed the test would have their faces inlaid with rubies and metal rings pierced through their skin. They would also not shy away from revealing their strong chest muscles. As for men, unfortunately, there were not many men left. The 3 citadels strictly followed the policy that 99 out of every 100 boys would be castrated before they reached adulthood and become eunuchs, serving the city in a variety of service jobs: scribes, priests, scholars, servants, cooks, farmers, artisans, and so on. Only the most intelligent, the strongest, the most courteous, and the most elegant boy could keep his little Gigi, continue to grow, and have children with 100 fierce Spartans. Is this policy good? Even the scholars of Westeros could not tell, but ever since the woman took power, the zebra people in the east, the horse people in the west, and the barbarians in the mountains could no longer bully the descendants of Herr Cologne as they had in the past. And this old woman in front of him was one of those fierce women. The people of Zingis spent half a year to invite her from thousands of miles away. The virtuous lord glanced at the old woman and asked, "Aren't the light monarch and the shadow demon Lalo?" There was a deep fear in his eyes as he looked at her. The virtuous lord was not an idiot. He would not believe in an old woman from the Far East for no reason. A few days ago, when the fleet captain introduced the old woman to him, the virtuous lord told him directly, if he could not see the true power of the gods with his own eyes, he would rather waste a little more time and go to the Red Temple of Volantis to find the Red God High Priest than hire her. Then the old woman performed a ghostly shadow in his great pyramid. That night, under the red light of the bonfire, countless demons crawled out of the wall and took away the souls of 10 slaves as sacrifices. Seeing the twisted shadow tear another shadow from a living person, the virtuous lord did not dare to perform a sacrificial ritual in his pyramid. Ha ha ha. The old woman laughed strangely. Virtuous lord, the light monarch is the red god, the god of fire, and the shadow demon is the shadow of light, the dark demon. The combination of gods and demons is the complete Lalo. If you want to exchange the soul of the megalosaurus from the kingdom of death, you can only ask for help from the god of darkness, Lalo the devil. The kingdom of the light monarch belongs to the red god believers, and the kingdom of death controlled by the shadow demon Lalo is hell. Do you understand? Your nephew will go to hell. You have sacrificed your grandson, granddaughter, illegitimate daughter, illegitimate son, and 15 other relatives. They are all waiting for the poor little Gandhi in hell. Ha ha ha. The virtuous lord's face was pale, and he kept muttering. Sure enough, we were right to ban the spread of the red god belief in the slave bay. Lalo is the devil, the god of devils. Ha ha ha, if the great Lalo is the devil, what are you, who prayed to him for miracles? The old woman sneered. And as I said, the light monarch and the shadow demon are 2 completely different things. The red god priestess who believes in the light monarch is different from me, a witch who studies black witchcraft. I don't believe in the light monarch at all, and the priestess who believes in the light monarch may not be able to help you with the sacrificial ritual, unless she also studies black witchcraft while believing in the light monarch. So, new guys invited me, an expert in the demon sacrificial ritual, from afar, and did not look for the red god Archbishop of Volantis who teaches thousands of people. You fool, do you understand what I'm saying? This old woman was the same as the witch Mealy who cursed Danny. They believed in the traditional gods of their own people, but studied the shadow demon's black witchcraft as a subject. Lalo, the shadow demon, did not care if the black witchcraft believed in him or not. As long as the other party mastered the technique of sacrificing to him, he would give different responses according to the sacrifice. You! The virtuous lord's thin face was red and green. She said with hatred, "Why have I sacrificed 15? No, including my 3 sons who died under the dragon flame, 18 blood descendants have entered Lalo's kingdom. Why haven't the dragon eggs hatched yet?" The old woman shrugged and said casually, "I don't know." Are you kidding me? The virtuous lord was furious. The old woman sighed and said helplessly, "I've said it before. In theory, by sacrificing blood relatives, you can exchange part of the Megalosaurus soul fragment from the shadow demon. I've even shown you how to use 10 slaves to save a dead person." The virtuous lord waved her hand and interrupted her impatiently. "Save an idiot who can't speak and can't think. Yes, you are very lucky to have met an idiot." The old woman nodded and said seriously. "Lucky? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The virtuous lord sneered. He. The old woman's dark red eyes flashed with countless black shadows. She said faintly, "Who do you think the sacrifice is? Where did the soul fragment come from?" "The shadow demon, Lalo, the soul fragment from hell." "What can there be in hell? If the thing that returns to the human world is not a crazy evil spirit, you should be shouting Lalo, the king of light bless." Okay. The virtuous lord understood the meaning of the old woman's words. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if it hatches an idiot dragon that can fly and breathe fire, I'll accept it. But that woman only lost 3 relatives, and she hatched 3 smart and flawless dragons. Why didn't I get a crazy dragon even though I lost 18 relatives? Are you stupid?" The old woman looked at him with disdain and asked, "What kind of blood do you have, and what kind of blood do you have? Your family's ancestor is a branch of the great nobility of Valeglia, but how many generations have you had mixed blood? Other than the high-quality pure blood of Valeglia, how many dragons have been hatched in the history of Targaryen? Those dozens and hundreds of dragons have all died and returned to the kingdom of death. But as soon as they hear their master's call, they will immediately break free from the shackles of death and return to the human world from hell. For example, that black dragon must be the reincarnation of Balerion. Your family has no dragons to summon in hell, so you can only pray to the shadow demon to be merciful and give you a piece of the Megalosaurus soul fragment. Then what will it take for him to be merciful to me?" The virtuous lord roared. The old woman stared at the golden dragon egg on the stone platform for a while, and said with a ghostly voice, "Perhaps, he has already responded to you. I saw a few small shadows in the dragon egg. Virtuous lord, please understand that the gods are never merciful, but the demons are crueler than the gods. The good thing of exchanging the blood of a few branches for a Megalosaurus will never happen to you. Think about that dragon queen, her father, brother, nephew, niece, mother, loyal servant, second brother, husband, and only son. They are all dead, and there is only one Targaryen left in the world. What about you?" The old woman turned her head, and her cold and mocking dark red eyes met the virtuous lord's. Thump, thump, thump. The virtuous lord staggered back a few steps, turned his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Is it really necessary? It should be said that even then, you may not get what you want. It's like you want a complete living person, but I can only help you revive an idiot." It was also because Danny Rise's life was too tragic, and the process of hatching a dragon was exactly the same as Shadow Demon Lalo's black magic theory of exchanging a living soul for a dead soul. Danny just casually said a few words of speculation that she saw on the forum in her past life, and the others felt like they had finally found the truth. The virtuous lord used his trembling hands to support himself against the wall, and asked with great difficulty, "Then, can I stop it?" "Yes, of course, you can quit at any time." The old woman pointed at Gandhi, who was still howling with her walking stick. How about we stop burning today? The virtuous lord looked at his nephew with an inexplicable expression. Mourinho, you idiot raised by a mule, I curse the entire Dasnak family to go to hell, ha ha ha. Do you know Dia? Your secret lover, her ventriloquism is amazing, I've tried it with my big sword. Ha ha ha, long live the mother of dragons, long live the megalosaurus, Yuan Kai will be conquered, ha ha ha. Looks like we have to continue burning. The old woman touched her nose and laughed. The virtuous lord spat out a word fiercely, burn. Ha! The old woman slammed the black jade-like wooden stick on the stone floor, and shouted in an ancient Far Eastern language, Lord of Shadows, you are the shadow in the fire, the only god in the shadow. Lalo, I offer you a blood sacrifice, please perform a miracle for the people around me. Boom! The flame stigmata on the reverse spiral vortex pattern suddenly burst into flames, and Gandhi, who was drenched in olive oil, was ignited together with the firewood beside him. Chapter 151. Ah, no, uncle, save me. Mourinho, I will curse you forever in hell. Gandhi in the flames let out an inhuman howl. The virtuous lord turned a blind eye to it and took a few steps back in fear. Because the red sacred mark quickly turned from red to black, the red flame also turned into a constantly twisting shadow. Like a wriggling living thing, the originally short shadow gradually elongated, extending on the floor, and finally projected on the wall, climbing to the ceiling, twisting and swaying with the flames of the burning firewood. The old woman raised her walking stick and chanted a mysterious incantation. At the same time, she used her extremely ugly body to perform a lewd and provocative dance. It was as if she was inviting an indescribable existence to have sex with her. Gradually, someone responded to her. The slender shadow began to split, like a person stretching his arms and legs. The virtuous lord even saw the distorted facial features on the shadow's head. Devil, the devil has appeared again, he murmured with a pale face. Countless twisted shadows danced with the old woman, and from time to time, they floated past Gandhi's torso in the flames. The shadows from hell were long and dark, and no light could stop them. The flames showed black stripes because of them, and the light beams that came through the skylight were like light bulbs that had been turned off. The bright and warm training ground instantly turned into a barren tomb. An hour later, a group of servants entered the training ground, silently cleaning the ashes on the ground, and the ferocious charred corpse with a big mouth under the light of the skylight. It was very contradictory. It was clearly burned, but it emitted the smell of a rotting corpse, as if what was burned before was not a living person, but a swollen rotten corpse dug out from the grave. Alas, I failed again, the old woman sighed helplessly as she walked on the tunnel leading to the pyramid. Your Excellency, you saw it with your own eyes, I really tried my best. The virtuous lord held a warm wooden box inlaid with gems and responded with a wooden face, yes. Then arrange a ship to take me away from Yuan Kai tonight. It's been a few days, and the mother of dragons should also attack the city. I'm old, and I can't bear the baptism of dragon flames, the old woman said with a smile. The footsteps of the two echoed in the dark and quiet tunnel. After a long while, the virtuous lord whispered, don't rush to leave, you will be safe in the pyramid. Oh, you still haven't given up? The old woman asked with a strange expression. Taking a deep breath, the virtuous lord's eyes flashed with a cold light as he coldly said, can you have the shadow fiend kill that woman? Are you dreaming? Not to mention the silver-haired queen protected by the megalosaurus, even if I wanted to hurt a mortal like you, I can't do it. The old woman sneered. But you killed Gandhi, you killed many people. The great sage gritted his teeth. Alas, offering a sacrifice is different from killing people. If my black magic could really hurt people from a distance, the zebra people of the Jujesnai grassland would have long been wiped out by me. But the truth is, even an ordinary zebra youth could easily chop off my head. The old woman shook her head helplessly. The virtuous lord suspiciously glanced at the old woman next to him and said, I recently heard a piece of news from the Westeros. Surrounded by an army of 10,000, a shadow broke into a king's tent and cut his throat like paper. If everyone thinks so, then the real murderer of the king can enjoy the fruits of victory in peace. Don't you know better than this old woman about the trivial matters of the game of power? The old woman chuckled. You mean, the power of witchcraft can't achieve that effect? The virtuous lord hesitated. In fact, he also thought that it was nonsense. If magic was so powerful, what was the point of the Gith people and the Dragon Queen's army of more than 100,000 people fighting? But, is the legend of the Lorna people using water magic to fight against the Megalosaurus fake? The destruction of a city with water magic should have happened. The wrinkles between the old woman's eyebrows deepened. But that involves gods. The Lorna River seems to have given birth to a nature god, the main god of the Lorna people. If someone can drive shadows to kill people, then he must be more terrifying than the Megalosaurus because there must be a god behind him, the god of shadows, Shadow Demon Lalo. Can't you borrow the power of Shadow Demon Lalo? Why can't you drive shadows to kill people? The virtuous lord still didn't give up. The old woman rolled her eyes and asked, how much pocket money does your son get every month, and how much can your dead nephew Gandhi get from you? The virtuous lord said with a straight face, if Gandhi was as good as Dax, I would give him more love. Sorry, I also hope that I'm the best wizard in the Shadow Demon's heart, but I'm not. The old woman said lightly. I advise you not to think too much. Even if there is someone in the Westeros who can drive shadows to kill people. Well, if the rumors are true, then the other party must be a red-robed priest who is proficient in black magic. Even if you invite that red-robed priest, he can't kill the Dragon Queen. Is her slender little neck stronger than a steel plate? The virtuous lord sneered. Hey, let me tell you this, the magic of the mortal world can't hurt the Dragon King. Otherwise, how can the people of Valeglia rule the world? What if the dragon isn't by her side? The virtuous lord said unwillingly. Sigh, if you really want to assassinate her, you might as well hire a faceless one. The new guy's people only asked me to hatch a dragon for you for 200,000 gold coins, but 200,000 gold coins isn't even a fraction of the cost of hiring a faceless one. Think about why. We already, thump, thump, thump. A series of hurried footsteps interrupted their conversation. At this time, they had already passed through the passage between the arena and the pyramid, and were climbing up the stairs with the help of 4 servants. Virtuous lord, there's a situation outside the city. A yellow silk cloak panted and said anxiously. Mourinho handed the box with the dragon egg to the servant beside him and patted the ash off Toka's robe. He said lightly, the slave queen finally can't hold it anymore and wants to attack the city? No, the centaurs are gone. What? The centaur scouts who have been guarding the east and south gate have disappeared. Yuan Kai City was not a completely square city. It was built along the curved coastline in the north and west, and there were docks on both sides. The city only had 2 gates in the east and south. A few days ago, the centaur cavalry had been guarding 500 meters outside the city, blocking the passage on the land of Yuan Kai. Since they have left, immediately send scouts out of the city to find out the situation of the enemy camp. The virtuous lord frowned. General Grazadin has already sent people to check. The militia who were building the siege chariots on the road have also disappeared. The enemy camp is closed, and there's no one outside the camp. What did Grazadin and the Ragged Prince say? The virtuous lord asked hurriedly. They can't make up their minds, so they asked me to invite you, the soldier said. The last cavalry raid ended up being a complete failure for the Dragon Queen, and the shadow of failure shrouded the hearts of the soldiers of Yuan Kai City. In the morning, the centaur scouts disappeared. In the afternoon, they found that the civilians on the road outside Yuan Kai City had also disappeared. A group of people discussed for the whole afternoon, but they still couldn't come up with a plan. In the evening, a few mercenaries who took the settlement fee took the risk to approach the right side of the camp of the Northern Expedition Liberation Army, but, Your Excellency, there's no one guarding the enemy camp. We took advantage of the darkness and hid at the base of the left wall of the enemy camp, but we found that the wall that looked like a tall wooden stake from afar was only a thin layer of wood. A small black mercenary who was 1.5 meters tall said. Grazadin was horrified. He glanced at the leader of the new Second Sons Regiment, Zidane, and asked, "You mean, the slave rebel camp is just for show?" "It's worse than just for show. I tried to cut it with a dagger, and it directly opened a hole the size of a bowl," another middle-aged man said strangely. Zidane was still confused. The old sword poet Danzo's expression changed. "Damn it, we've been tricked. The Mother of Dragons deliberately led us to the gate of the camp, and in the whole camp, only the gate is real. The rest of the camp, but why?" the ragged prince said with a serious expression. "Have you entered the camp to check? There are a total of 3 camps in the front, middle, and back, and they stretch for 10 kilometers, Grazadin quickly asked the 2 scouts. "How would we dare to enter? From the hole, we can see that the camp is full of soldiers with spears. They seem to be waiting for us. It's late at night, and they didn't even light a campfire. I don't know what they're doing," the dark skinny man said with lingering fear. "Damn it, they must be waiting for us to sneak into the camp." Grazadin blurted out. "I see. They deliberately let us find out that the camp is weak and then." The ragged prince had a look of realization at first, and he even agreed with Grazadin's judgment. But halfway through, he suddenly froze. "If we found out that the camp is weak, would we sneak in? Or, would we dare to sneak in at night?" He looked around at the people around him and asked. "This." Grazadin's face turned red. "You lowly mercenary leader, how could you say that? If we found out that the enemy was weak, would we, the son of a harpy, not even dare to sneak in? Seems like we wouldn't dare, then," he thought to himself in frustration. Although he had only fought with the Mother of Dragons twice, the results of those 2 short fights were too scary. She was young, but her battle tactics were unconstrained. No one could keep up with her pace. He, Grazadin, had been the captain of the Iron Army for 10 years. How many pirates and bandits had he fought? He had a lot of experience in both land and sea battles, and that woman seemed to be illiterate. She had always been a vagrant and had never even gone to school. So, do we sneak in or not?" Zidane asked weakly. "This." The ragged prince, the captain, Grazadin, the virtuous lord. All the generals present hesitated. "The problem is, does the Mother of Dragons want us to sneak in? We have to do the opposite," Danzo said with a serious expression. "Does she want to?" 7 or 8 people asked in unison. Danzo's face began to twist. After a while, he said with difficulty, "I don't know, since we can't guess, then let's not guess," the poop man Yazan said coldly. "It's obvious. If wisdom has weight, then all of us added together won't be half of her weight. If that's the case, then we'll try our best to fight to the death. We'll stick to our original plan and pretend that we didn't notice the disappearance of the centaurs. Don't keep thinking about sneak attacks and sneak attacks. You can't beat her." Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the poop man. Some looked at him with disdain, but more people expressed their admiration. Although the richest man in Yuan-Kai had a foul mouth, he did have some extraordinary intelligence to be able to become the richest man. The virtuous lord and a few generals discussed in whispers for a while before announcing loudly, "Let's do it this way. Everyone, go back and sleep. We don't have to care about what happens outside. As long as we keep the people calm and defend the city, don't panic and don't rush, we'll win." Unfortunately, he thought too much. There were many times when you couldn't even pretend to be a coward. At around 10 o'clock at night, more than 100 messenger crows flew to Yuan-Kai one after another. All of them were telling the same news. This afternoon, the Dragon Queen led an army of 50,000 to attack Mirin. We are finished. Chapter 152. They could not hold on any longer. They could not even sleep. In the wee hours of the morning, a group of virtuous lords crawled out of their beds like frightened chicks and rushed to the virtuous lord's pyramid. How is this possible? Last night, we were still discussing with her about ransoming the captives. At that time, there were still 50,000 people in the camp. Even if dragons can fly, even if. Sigh, it's 250 kilometers from Yuankai to Mirin. There are so many manors and merchants along the way. Are they all blind? Also, how could an army of 50,000 run 250 kilometers in 3 days? They've already marched 600 kilometers in a hurry. The virtuous lord sat on a wooden chair covered with a blanket. He looked at the generals around him in despair, hoping that a wise man would step forward to answer his questions. There were many generals and famous generals present. The Ragged Prince had 30 years of military experience. Grazadin graduated from the famous military academy and was the war god of Yuankai for 10 years. The warship captain had traversed the 4 seas and fought countless battles. Even Zidane, who had the least experience, had served in the Bravo's army for 5 years and was the captain of a cavalry regiment for 3 of those years. However, they couldn't figure out a simple question: how did we lose? Let's think about it. In the end, it was Yazan who spoke. Yazan was once the wisest person in Yuankai. Together with the war god Grazadin, they were known as the 2 heroes of Yuankai. However, Grazadin was luckier. He developed steadily and had a bright future ahead of him. When Yazan was young, his mind was more flexible. Because he was too smart, he had been trying to explore the unknown world and find the truth between heaven and earth. Yazan went to Sothros, opposite Ursos, to explore and was infected with a strange disease. He went from a promising hero to a paralyzed dung man who could not control his lower body. But even if his body was crippled, he still used his wisdom to earn endless wealth and became the richest man in Yuankai. During the negotiation last night, there were 50,000 people in the Mother of Dragons camp. Yazan looked at Zidane. Yes. Zidane nodded. Counting the chimneys? Yazan frowned. Not only the number of bonfires, I also compared the number of tents and soldiers in the camp with the size of the entire camp. I used a few different estimation methods and the conclusion was the same 50,000 people, Zidane explained. Yazan looked at Danzo and asked, "Are you sure you saw the Mother of Dragons in person? Can this be faked? She has silver hair and purple eyes. She's very pretty. More importantly, she gives off the aura of a queen," Danzo said with a frown. He was an old man, experienced and knowledgeable, and was also a poet. His education level was very high, so he would not make a mistake in his judgment. Azan said thoughtfully, "Maybe the Megalosaurus could." Wait, Grazadin stepped forward and stared at Danzo. He asked in surprise, "You saw that woman's face?" "I'm not blind." "Of course I saw his face." Danzo was baffled. "She did not wear a helmet?" asked Grazadin. "What's wrong with her? It's late at night, and she's in her own tent. Why is she wearing a giant helmet?" Danzo was even more confused. "Who's with her?" "Red-haired Lara from the Rose Regiment and a few Unsullied." "Sigh, the last time she negotiated with us, she was wearing a helmet. The Royal Guards and the Blood Alliance Guards were present. You might have met an actress with great acting skills." A great lord of Milan lamented at the side. He was one of the leaders of the 10-man alliance. He was as lucky as Grazadin and managed to escape back to Yuankai. This. The poop man Yazan was stunned. What a cunning Mother of Dragons. The Ragged Prince rubbed his temples tiredly and asked, "What's with the extra 50,000 people?" The Mother of Dragons was so good at commanding troops that she could take down Milan in an instant. It seemed that the day she controlled Slave Bay was not far away. He was afraid that he would never get the yellow silk cloak he was looking forward to. To get Pentos, he would have to deal with the cunning Illyrio. But how would he convince the fat spice merchant? How troublesome. Grazadin did not immediately answer the question of the leader of the Wind Regiment. Instead, he flipped through the letters from Milan. Everyone's expression was heavy as they waited for the think tank's analysis. The palace was completely silent. Only the sound of Yazan flipping the paper and the intermittent "Poochie, Guji" from his butt could be heard. 45 great lords, 78 great nobles, and great merchants all swore that the Mother of Dragons brought an army of 50,000 people to Milin, and all of them were elites. They were not slaves in disguise. Aizen put down the letter and rubbed Sweetheart's thigh with his thick fingers. Sweetheart was shy, but she endured it in silence. In the evening, when the Mother of Dragons' army entered the city, there were even many people counting the torches. A total of 45,000 people entered the Great Pyramid. Yes, the Mother of Dragons personally took down the Great Pyramid of Milin with 3 dragons and obtained countless food and gold. Originating from the Old Guy's empire, Milin, Yuan-Kai, and Astapor each had the largest pyramid, called the Great Pyramid. It was the administrative and military center of the city. For example, Mourinho was the leader of the people, the great sage, because the Daznak family controlled the Great Pyramid of Yuan-Kai. In terms of wealth, Mourinho Daznak was not even in the top 3. He was not as rich as the god of war Graz Dan. Since it has been confirmed that there are at least 45,000 people in Milin, then outside our city. Graz Dan's thin face suddenly turned red as if he had been greatly humiliated. He shouted, "This is too much. There are not many people outside our city at all. The camp is empty. Then what is the dense crowd that the spy saw?" Zidane was puzzled. The camp is fake. The Mother of Dragons is also fake. Naturally, the soldiers inside may also be fake. This is an ingenious deception. Aizen's eyes flashed as if he had seen through all the mysteries. He said with certainty, "I am sure that among the 3 camps in front, middle, and back of the Mother of Dragons, only the back camp 13 kilometers away is real. There may be siege weapons and thousands of guards hidden in it." "Why do you say that?" Graz was puzzled. "Do you think that the Mother of Dragons is only satisfied with taking down Milin?" Aizen said lightly. "Hiss." Everyone was horrified. Graz Dan gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "So, she knows that after taking down Milin, we will definitely receive news from the great lords. She knows that we will know the truth of her camp today. She knows that her trick can't be hidden anymore. She simply withdrew her forces and moved all the power and siege weapons to the back camp. So, even if we find out that we have fallen into a trap, we can't take down the back camp in a short time. When that woman brings food from Milin, Yuan-Kai will be finished. What should we do now? That woman is too scary. She has almost calculated everything." A fat young lord was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. "She has 3 megalosaurus and more soldiers than us. Why doesn't she follow the tradition and fight us head-on and have a legendary siege battle? She is stronger than us and is so smart. This is too much of a bully. How can we play this game?" Sigh, when the news of the battle in Slave Bay spread, Danny Rise will become a legend. And we will be fools who serve as a foil for the legendary hero. When the story of the Dragon Queen is passed down through the ages, some of us will be laughed at countless times by the children who listen to their nannies talk about the past. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, sigh. Aizen said dejectedly. Bam! Graz Dan, who was destined to be one of those, some of us, slammed the table and roared with a twisted face, "No, I don't want to be a laughing stock. We have to do something. What can we do now? Wait for the Dragon Queen to surround us with 100,000 soldiers. With her power, it is too easy for her to recruit 50,000 slave soldiers in Milin," Aizen said dejectedly. I want to vent my anger on the thousands of soldiers in her camp. I want to pull out the nail she left in Yuan-Kai, Graz Dan said as he stood up and walked out. Wait, it is too late now. Don't fall into that woman's ambush, the great virtuous lord shouted. Graz Dan looked back at the frightened virtuous lords and mercenaries in the palace and said calmly, "If you fall into an ambush, then die in an ambush." Graz Dan raised his hand to interrupt the great virtuous lord and said, "I will only bring the people of the Urez family out of the city." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked away in big strides. The ragged prince looked at his straight back and muttered, "He is a warrior. No, he is the war god Yuan-Kai." The great virtuous lord said with a sorrowful expression. Although this war god is unlucky to have met the dragon queen who shocked the world, Aizen murmured. He couldn't help but think of himself. Back then, the Yuankai twin heroes were so heroic and heroic. Now, one of them had become a paralyzed person who couldn't even urinate or defecate, while the other had become a war god who was always defeated. Tragic, 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 could it be that the heavens are jealous of the talents? Aizen thought in self-pity. No one was in the mood to go home and sleep. They stayed in the great virtuous lord's palace and prepared to send war god Graz Dan off. Report, about 3 hours later, at around 2:00 in the morning, a man in a yellow silk cloak covered in blood staggered into the hall. He panted heavily and said emotionally, "Report, report. Great sage, Grazadin, the general, no need to say more. I understand." Mourinho, who was sitting at the oval conference table, waved his hand and interrupted the other party. "Help the general tidy up his appearance. I will see him tomorrow morning." The man in the yellow silk cloak looked up and said in shock, "Great virtuous lord, what are you talking about?" "What?" The great virtuous lord was also stunned. Graz Dan led 500 cavalrymen and wiped out thousands of enemies. He set fire to more than 10 miles away, killed countless enemies, burned countless enemy supplies, and even saved 500 captives. "Great virtuous lord, we have won a great victory." Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. After a while, the ragged prince came back to his senses and asked, "The enemy didn't set up an ambush?" "Sigh, the enemy didn't have enough manpower to set up an ambush. I heard from Miss Maris that the Dragon Queen purposely used the empty fort stratagem to scare us," the man in the yellow silk cloak said with a smile. "Maris was saved too?" Danzo was shocked. The soldier said, "The captives were gagged and tied to the front camp as targets for the empty fort stratagem. Not only were the mercenaries saved, but the hundreds of our brothers who were lost were also saved." Empty fort stratagem? What an empty fort stratagem! Our army of tens of thousands was scared for 3 days. 3 days that cost us our lives. Aizen smiled bitterly. Although he still couldn't figure out how the enemy led an exhausted army of 50,000 and traveled 250 kilometers in 3 days, he more or less understood how they lost the war. How did Maris know about the Mother of Dragons' empty fort stratagem? The ragged prince asked. That Lila, a knight under the Mother of Dragons, told her. The other party thought that there was no need to hide this from the captives. Because they knew that the Mother of Dragons would definitely win, there were even a dozen mercenaries who turned to the Mother of Dragons on the spot. I see. The great virtuous lord nodded. He also understood what kind of people mercenaries were always on the side of the victor. The Mother of Dragons used this method to recruit the captives was considered smart. What else did Maris say? Danzo asked. Miss Maris said that the empty fort stratagem was very clever. If we were smart enough, we would definitely fall for it and not dare to act rashly. However, the empty fort stratagem is completely ineffective against boors and idiots, the man in the yellow silk cloak said proudly. Great virtuous lord, the ragged prince, Aizen. Chapter 153. The next morning, the burned fences were scattered on the yellow mud. Wisps of white smoke rose from the hot black charcoal, carrying a choking smell and a disgusting stench. It spread into the thin mist on the outskirts of Yuankai City. Through the fog, he could vaguely see groups of yellow silk capes searching for something on the ground. He could also vaguely hear the rustling of footsteps and the sound of hushed voices talking. Soon, the first ray of golden sunlight broke through the white mist, bringing warmth and light to the ravaged land, and also gave the guy's generals a wide and clear vision outside the camp. The scorched marks stretched for 10 kilometers. Except for the first kilometer, the land behind was relatively empty and clean. There was only an orderly row of black spots, like the scar on a monk's head. They were all traces of bonfires. Sigh, it's obvious that most of the space in the front and middle camps does not even have tents. The countless bonfires are naturally not the stoves of the soldiers. Well, empty stoves. General Grazidan, we have been fooled by a clever little trick. The Prince of Ragged Clothes sat tall and straight on the high saddle. His voice was loud and clear, and everyone in the field could hear him clearly. He was riding on a tall and sturdy gray warhorse. The two hind legs of the gray warhorse were dragging countless strips of cloth. They were all sewn from the enemy's robes after the commander had personally killed them. Prince, we need victory. At this special moment when Myrine has fallen, our soldiers need victory to rebuild their confidence. Grazidan said in a low voice. We all understand the importance of morale, so we did not expose your lies. The Prince of Ragged Clothes looked around and also lowered his voice. The soldiers in the city wantonly proclaimed your great achievements, burning 20 miles of camp, killing 10,000 enemies with 500 elite guys cavalry, and the Mother of Dragons remaining 3,000 unsullied being besieged by Yuan-Kai's army. Ahem, the rear camp is indeed surrounded by us. Grazidan's old face turned red as he said unnaturally. 500 cavalry besieging 1,500 unsullied and 2,500 militia. The Ragged Prince glanced at war god Yuan-Kai and said indifferently, the truth is that you killed and burned 10,000 scarecrows, 47 mercenaries, and 364 guys guards last night. If it weren't for the fact that you only brought 500 men with you, the 900-plus captives tied up in the front camp would have all died. At least this time, we've finally figured out the enemy's true strength. The morale of the people of Yuan-Kai has also been boosted, and we've regained our confidence in defeating that woman. The war god straightened his neck and said. So, we must take the rear camp? Zidane asked. Of course. Glaston said seriously, that woman will lead the army and countless provisions back to Yuan-Kai at any time, so we can't besiege the rear camp for a long time. However, if we leave the rear camp alone, not only will our morale suffer a great blow, it will also increase the arrogance of the enemy. The soldiers and siege weapons in the enemy camp will all be used by that woman. The Ragged Prince nodded in agreement. From a tactical point of view, Yuan-Kai and the Mother of Dragons will have a head-on battle sooner or later. We should take advantage of the fact that the enemy's main force is not here to take down some of her elite soldiers. I think that when the Mother of Dragons returns and sees the heads of 1,500 unsullied on both sides of the road, she will definitely be angry and lose her rationality. Marie's and Danzo's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. They never thought that their commander would use such a ruthless method to deal with the Mother of Dragons. They had signed a contract before. The wind-blowing group could stay in Yuan-Kai, but they had to work and not put in any effort. They couldn't be stained with the blood of the Mother of Dragons soldiers. What happened to the commander? The two were puzzled. Ha ha ha, that's it. The 50,000 slaves didn't disturb her state of mind, but the 4,000 heads of her soldiers must have made her furious. Whether she truly cherishes her soldiers or wants to protect the reputation of the legendary god of war from being tarnished, she will definitely not be able to maintain her cold state of mind. If she makes a mistake in the chaos, we will have a chance to win, Glaston laughed. Your Excellency is wise. You have completely grasped that woman's thoughts, a general of Gith praised. Of course, I am also a god of war. Glaston looked up at the rising red sun in the east, looking like a lonely hero. Only heroes can understand heroes. Although she and I are enemies, I have to admit that both of us are lonely people. How can we not be lonely when we are at the top of the world? In the past few decades, I have experienced thousands of battles, big and small, and returned victorious every time. I am lonely and proud. So, after the defeat at Bayang Slope that day, my state of mind was almost crazy to the point of collapse. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Such a state of mind caused me to make mistakes in judgment in the following days, until the great and sacred victory last night. The Prince of Ragged Clothes said with a straight face, I have a big slap in the face, do you want to eat it? Glaston, who had finally defeated the Dragon Queen once and was about to defeat her a second time, did not notice the constipated expressions of the people around him. He said with emotion, I can understand her feelings the most. After winning several battles in a row, she must be proud and proud. But as long as she suffers a major setback, it will be like falling from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley, and there will be no chance for her to rise again. Your Excellency, the enemy's army is not small, more than 4,000 people, and 1,500 of them are unsullied. I am afraid that we will not be able to take them down in a short period of time. Maris could not help but interject. Humph, we have 2,000 elites in the wind-blowing group. Can't we take down 1,000 unsullied? The Prince of Ragged Clothes glanced at the interrogator expressionlessly, then looked at Glasden and said, "How many troops does your Excellency intend to send?" "All of them. All of them." The virtuous lord put his palms on the table and shouted, "Glasden, are you crazy? Our goal is to protect Yuan Kai. If you bring all your troops out of the city, what about Yuan Kai?" "Virtuous lord, please listen to my analysis." This time, Glasden, who had a draft in mind, systematically explained the psychology of the ever-victorious war god to all the virtuous lords and great generals present. Seeing that everyone seemed to understand, he concluded, "Perhaps her state of mind is stronger than mine, but she is only 15 years old, and she has just miraculously defeated Myrene. How can she not be angry when she suddenly sees the heads of 4,000 of her trusted soldiers? Don't forget the Targaryen family's mad blood gene. When she goes crazy, we will have a chance to win. Is there something wrong with your head?" Aeson stared with his yellow eyes and shouted, "If the city is breached, the Dragon Queen, who has been provoked by you, will probably slaughter everyone in the city." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions became hesitant. The virtuous lord suddenly said, "That's fine." "What?" "Glasden, 15,000 newly formed Gith militia will remain in the city. They are new recruits and are good enough to defend the city, but they are not qualified to fight in the field. You can bring 10,000 gladiators, 10,000 Gith warriors, and 3,500 mercenaries out of the city. The remaining 1,500 mercenaries will cooperate with the new Gith soldiers to defend the city. I only have one request: kill all the unsullied." The virtuous lord looked at war god Yuan Kai and said word by word through gritted teeth. His expression was cold and resolute. "Mourinho, are you crazy?" Aeson said in disbelief. "It's not that I'm crazy, it's you, all of you." The virtuous lord pointed his right index finger at Aeson, then glanced at all the virtuous lords and great generals. "You seem to have forgotten one thing. We have already killed 50,000 slaves. Based on the way she dealt with Astapor, after Yuan Kai falls, almost all the men in our family will be executed. This is the worst outcome. No matter how crazy she is, can she kill us 2 or 3 times? This." Even Aeson was silent. After a long while, he smiled bitterly. "I told you not to be so ruthless. Yuan Kai and Astapor are different. You, sigh, it's too late to say anything now. Glasden, are you confident that you can take down the 4,000 people camp in a day?" War god Yuan Kai waved his hand domineeringly and said proudly, "No need for a day. With my absolute strength, you will see my messenger before dark today." Messenger, it was only 3:00 in the afternoon, and all the virtuous lords and great generals were sitting in the hall in a daze. A man wearing a yellow silk cloak rushed up from the bottom of the pyramid. "Oh, so fast." The slave masters all stood up and looked at the palace gate with joy. The virtuous lord took a few steps forward and shouted from afar, "Are you General Glasden's messenger?" I am." The man wearing the yellow silk cloak's face was red, and he was sweating. The intense running almost made him breathless. "Very well, I understand." The virtuous lord turned around, raised his hands, and shouted, "Congratulations to war god Yuan Kai, Glasden. Glasden, Glasden. War god Glasden." The virtuous lords, great generals, commander guys, and the man wearing the yellow silk cloak all raised their hands and cheered enthusiastically. Even the poop man Yazan reluctantly raised his right hand and lamented to sweetheart beside him, "Although I don't like that guy, Grazadin is also worthy of his great name." He's strong, fearless, unyielding, and quick-witted. He's one of the few famous generals in Yuan Kai for the past 1,000 years. He's the war god Yuan Kai's pillar that holds up the sky. Oh, Glasdan was the name of a great general of the Gai's empire. God of war Dan. Gradually, even the guards outside the pyramid began to shout. Everyone saw Glasdan leading tens of thousands of soldiers out of the city and knew what he was going to do. Hearing such cheers from the Great Pyramid in the center of the city, the citizens naturally knew that war god Glasdan had defeated the evil mother of dragons again. Thus, the cheers of war god Glasdan echoed throughout the city. Yuan-Kai City was immersed in a sea of joy. Young men in toga robes even walked on the streets and danced with unfamiliar girls on the streets. Wah! Amidst the joyous laughter, the messenger suddenly burst into tears. The virtuous lord was stunned at first, but he immediately understood. Although Glasdan had won the battle, the other side had 1,500 unsullied. This young man must have had family members who died on the battlefield. Sigh, don't cry. Dying for Yuan Kai is the best ending for the son of the harpy, he comforted. Wah! The man wearing the yellow silk cloak cried even harder. Look, this child. The virtuous lord smiled and said to the virtuous lord beside him, he lacks experience. He should learn from our iron-blooded war god. Virtuous lord, mother of dragons is here. We are doomed. General Glasdan is going to be wiped out again. The messenger cried. Chapter 154. Around 9 in the morning, the god of war Dan received authorization from the joint meeting of the virtuous lords and began to gather all the soldiers in the city. At around 11, Yuan Kai's soldiers had a sumptuous lunch and rested for half an hour. They left Yuan Kai's east gate at 12:30. Mirin sent 10,000 yellow silk capes, 10,000 gladiator slaves, and 2,000 members of the wind-blowing group. Later, the Gai's alliance's fleet brought in a dozen unknown mercenary groups, adding another 2,000 mercenaries. As Yuan Kai Plains was scorched, countless slaves and farmers were killed, and a large number of manor owners moved into Yuan Kai. The virtuous lord also took 15,000 Gai's men from the manor owners' families and let them wear yellow silk capes. In addition to the huge alliance's fleet, in his extreme state, Yuan Kai's forces were actually very strong. Under normal circumstances, the Gai's alliance army was not afraid of sieging Danny. At 1 in the afternoon, Dan led 23,500 infantry and cavalry to the front camp entrance 5 kilometers away. Without any delay, they stepped into the front camp, passed through the middle camp, and rushed to the rear camp 10 kilometers away energetically. Don't worry, they can't escape. I've already sent 2,000 light cavalry to guard there. Dan smiled as he comforted the ragged prince. How can 2,000 light cavalry stop 1,500 unsullied? Danzo frowned. For some reason, ever since he walked out of the city gate, he felt a sense of uneasiness. Even though the scouts at the front had reported many times that the rear camp was normal, with no ambushes or dragons, suddenly, the warrior poet's gaze focused. He pointed to the trench on the left that stretched to the east and asked, "Did you notice that the trench on the left and right is a little strange? It seems to have widened. Is it?" Dan looked around and smiled. It's narrower, right? The Northern Liberation Army's camp was located 5 kilometers northeast of Yuan Kai. The front, middle, and rear camps continued for 10 kilometers northeast. Based on the terrain, the width of the camps was not uniform. If one was riding a dragon and looked down from above, Yuan Kai Plains would look like a black and green dinner plate. Black burnt farmland, green wilderness, and green forest. In Yuan Kai City, there were meat buns on one side of the plate. In Danny's camp, there was a twisted fried dough stick on the other side. A deep and wide gully was dug on both sides of the Hyotiao. The yellow soil that was dug out piled up a 1-meter-high slope on the outside. On the inside, there was a sparse wooden fence surrounding the camp. I'm talking about the distance between the ravines. The width of the camp has increased, Danzo said. The Mother of Dragons built the camp according to the terrain, and the width has been changing all the time, the scarred man on the other side of the tall horse said indifferently. His name was Cargo, and he was a tall, middle-aged man of mixed blood. He was a mix of Dothraki and Bravos. Like Danzo, he was also the deputy commander of the Windblown Gang. One of them was a scholar, while the other was a warrior. Together, they assisted the Ragged Prince. But Danzo's face flushed red, but he did not know what to say. In truth, he did not know what he was trying to say. After a while he muttered, "We ought to fill in those 2 ditches. Sigh, have you gone senile? That's a huge project. We'll need the entire army, but where do we have the time? The army didn't even bring any rations. The virtuous lord still wants to go back to the city for dinner." Cargo said impatiently. A huge project. Danzo's mind seemed to explode 4 times. He was in a daze. There's a problem. There's a problem with the ravines outside the camp. He shouted like he had gone mad. What's the problem? The Ragged Prince was alarmed. He leaned over and asked. There are only about 4,000 people in the rear camp. How did they dig such a long and deep ravine? The old general said with a face full of fear. Oh, this. A mercenary beside him said awkwardly, We dug it. What? Everyone looked at him. Lucifer Lang, what do you mean? Danzo asked hurriedly. The mercenary named Lucifer was in his 40s. He was muscular and wore armor similar to Yora Mormont's. Yes, he obtained the armor before Uluin Valeglia's armor. He was a knight in heavy armor. The knight scratched his bald head and smiled bitterly. After we were captured, other than Marie's, all the other mercenaries and Guy's soldiers were forced to dig the ravines overnight. I told the supervisor that I'm also from the Westeros like Marie's, and I'm a baron from the north, but... Danzo interrupted him impatiently. Are you sure you 900 people only used 2 days to dig a ravine more than 20 kilometers wide? We weren't the only ones digging. The Mother of Dragons had tens of thousands of people digging with us. They finished more than half of the project in the middle of the night. The rest was handed over to our captives. That doesn't make sense. Aren't the Mother of Dragons soldiers tired? They just finished a rapid march of 600 kilometers, worked hard for half the night, and continued to rush to Meereen the next morning. Are they all made of iron? Danzo was confused. The Ragged Prince pointed at Grazadon, who was loudly giving orders to the soldiers not far away, and said lightly, Danzo, go to the flank and adjust the formation of the shield bearers and archers. When the slave infantrymen at the rear arrive, immediately launch an attack. This. Danzo was stunned. He stopped the knight from the north who was leaving and asked, It's common sense to dig a ravine outside the camp, but it's usually a small canal to prevent the camp from accumulating water in the storm. The Mother of Dragons ravine is almost as wide as a stream. Why? Hey, are you confused? Other than dredging rainwater, the ravine also serves as a defense against the enemy. You'll understand when you see it. It's not only wide, it's also very deep. Lucifer said casually. This made sense. Danzo smiled bitterly and waved his hand to let the knight leave. Old, or scared by the Mother of Dragons? Danzo muttered to himself and began to command the army to get into formation. At around 2:30 in the afternoon, Yuan Kai's army got into formation. On the ground more than a kilometer wide, 10,000 gladiators were in front. They only had a leather vest, a short sword, and a wooden shield. 1,000 shield bearers were behind the gladiators, followed by 1,000 spearmen. 4,000 soldiers in yellow silk cloaks had scimitars at their waists and longbows in their hands. There were 6,000 light and heavy cavalry on both sides. The reason why Grazadon dared to boast that he could take down the rear camp in half a day was because of the 10,000 gladiators that were escorted from Meereen. He planned to use them as cannon fodder. Obviously, when the news of the Mother of Dragons liberating Mirin came, the gladiator slaves would become the biggest unstable factor in Yuan Kai's army. It was better to recycle them. Untie the shackles of the gladiators. Grazadin, who was dressed in silver armor, shouted. Oh, I have to explain here. When the slave soldiers went to the battlefield, they also had to wear shackles. But as the Dragon Queen and Danny's reputation as the liberator of the slaves became more and more famous, the wise lord was afraid that the gladiators would betray him. So, he chained the 5 gladiators together. The 2 ends of the shackles were locked on the left leg of one gladiator and the right leg of another gladiator. In this way, the 10,000 slaves could be chained together. They could not escape even if they wanted to. Of course, if they were chained together, they would not be able to fight. In a battle to defend the city, the slaves needed to hold on and not run away. Therefore, chaining the 5 gladiators together increased the stability. But now, they were not defending the city. Grazadin needed them to rush forward and display the gladiators' individual combat ability. So, he needed to reduce their burden. Oh, with only one leg dragging the shackles, they could use footwork skills in a small area, but they could not run for long. 500 meters in front of the gate of the rear camp, Grazadin rode on a red horse and looked down at the gladiators who were squatting on the ground and rubbing their ankles. He shouted, "If you win today's battle, each of you will get a barrel of wine, 5 pounds of meat and 2 bed slaves." He could not promise the gladiators freedom. Otherwise, why would the Guy's Alliance and the Dragon Queen fight to the death? The gladiators ignored Grazadin's words and focused on warming up. Seeing that his words did not have any effect, Grazadin frowned and shouted again, "An unsullied's head, 50 gold radiance coins. An ordinary soldier, 10 silver radiance coins. As long as you survive, even if you are not beheaded, each of you will get at least 5 silver radiance coins." This time, the gladiators reacted. They raised their heads and stared at the wise lord. "I swear. I will fulfill my promise." Grazadin pulled out the scimitar at his waist and swore. Bam, 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 the 10,000 slaves slapped the shields in their hands and shouted, "Long live the wise lord! Long live the god of war Grazadin!" The excited gladiators seemed to have forgotten that the person they were about to face was the person who was trying to save them. "Prince, why?" Looking at the slaves who were gradually going crazy, Danzo quietly asked his captain. Although it was a little abrupt, the Prince of Ragged Clothes understood his old partner too well. A cold glint flashed across the gray-haired old man's eyes. He said coldly, "Because that woman lied to me. The person who signed the contract with you was not Daenerys Targaryen. Tell me, does that contract still have any meaning?" Danzo was speechless. The Prince of Ragged Clothes understood him, and he understood the old captain's personality very well. He could not stand people lying to him. Ho ho thud thud. Ho ho thud thud. The 10,000 gladiators bent their backs and approached the camp step by step. Every time they shouted, they would swing their short swords and hit their shields twice. The Unsullied behind the fence of the camp were in a neat formation. They did not react to the gladiator slaves' provocation. When the gladiators were 50 meters away from the camp, Grazadin waved his hand and roared, "Kill, thud 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 thud." The sound of war drums echoed throughout the camp. Creak. At the moment when the 20,000 warriors were at their climax, the gate of the camp suddenly opened. Under everyone's gaze, the Unsullied in the front row behind the gate moved to the left and right. Hiss! A ferocious black dragon crawled up from the ground and roared at the sky. Grazadin, the Prince of Ragged Clothes, 10,000 gladiator slaves, ha, ha, ha. The gladiators closest to the gate made meaningless sounds. In the end, they roared as if they had a mental breakdown, "Dragon! Mother of dragons!" Thud thud thud. Blackie walked with heavy steps. Every step he took rumbled as he walked toward the gladiators who were standing there in a daze. "Mother of dragons! It's true," Danzo's eyes widened. He stared at the silver-haired woman on the black dragon's back in a daze. There was no doubt that the only person who could control a black dragon was the Dragon Queen. She was the queen they saw 2 nights ago. Under the sunlight, her silver blonde hair was so dazzling. They could even see the sly smile on the girl's face. It was as if she was asking, "Are you surprised to see me? She has been waiting for us to leave the city." In the scorching afternoon, the Prince of Ragged Clothes broke out in cold sweat. The god of war Grazadin wanted to cry. Fuck. Chapter 155. I am the mother of dragons, the liberator of the slaves. Dany rode the black dragon and stopped 10 meters away from the gladiator whose lower body was swaying. She was possessed by the dragon's soul in the form of a dragon spirit. Her voice was like a dragon's roar. "Slave, are you going to point your sword at me?" The few slaves who were closest to the gate of the camp felt that the Dragon Queen's voice was filled with endless majesty. Their minds were in a daze. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen gladiators who were intimidated by the dragons might drop their short swords and shields. They knelt on the ground and shouted in a trembling voice, "Long live the mother of dragons! Long live Queen Dany!" It was as if a domino had been pushed down. From near to far, it was as if a hurricane had blown across the wheat fields. 10,000 gladiators knelt in a row and kowtowed. "Mother of dragons! Mother of dragons! Misha, Misha!" Before the Jaskali soldiers could recover from the shock of Dany's appearance and the betrayal of the gladiators, they were shocked to hear a monstrous sound coming from both sides of the camp. Then, groups of soldiers holding white, red, and blue flags suddenly appeared on the mound outside the trenches like groundhogs that crawled out from the ground. Rumble. Then, there was the thunderous sound of horse hooves outside the camp. The low mound and the densely packed spearmen and shield men blocked Grazadin's and the others' sight. However, the rumbling of horse hooves and flying dust outside the camp all told one thing: the Mother of Dragon's army had surrounded them for no reason. In just a few minutes, the situation had changed. Grazadin, who had come back to his senses a few times, was shocked again. "Misha, Misha, Misha." The Jaskali language with the meaning of mother rumbled among the slaves again and again. It was like a sound wave attack. The slaves in yellow silk cloaks behind them were scared out of their wits. Involuntarily, they began to retreat step by step. Boom! The wall of the camp behind Dany suddenly collapsed. Countless armored cavalrymen rushed out. "Kill!" Dany drew her sword and shouted. "Kill!" The thousands of cavalrymen behind him and the soldiers on both sides roared in unison. The gladiator, who had just surrendered, was almost scared to death when he saw the cavalry charging at him. "I've already surrendered and called out, Misha. Why would the Mother of Dragons still want to kill me?" Then, Dany shouted again, "Gladiators, follow me to kill the yellow silk cloaks and the iron armor mercenaries. Kill the yellow silk capes, kill the iron armor mercenaries." Thousands of foot soldiers and cavalry followed the Dragon Queen's lead and shouted, "Kill the yellow silk cloak. Kill the iron armor mercenaries." Gladiator came to his senses and roared as well. They picked up their shields and short swords and joined the charge. The cavalry that came out of the camp did not gallop. Instead, they slowly walked past the gladiators and forced their way towards the Gith shield formation that was at a loss. "Shoot! Shoot! Kill all the slaves!" Grazadin howled from the back of the archers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Subconsciously following their commander's order, the 4,000 archers shot out weak arrows, causing screams in the crowd of gladiators and clanking sounds when the arrows hit the iron armor of the cavalrymen who were closing in. There were also 2 or 3 unlucky ones whose eyes were pierced by the arrows and fell from their horses while howling. But that was it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 2 ceramic incendiary bombs that weighed more than 50 kilograms fell from the sky and smashed into the archers' formation, creating 2 empty spaces with a radius of 10 meters. Then, 2 flames rose from the ground with black smoke billowing out. The dense formation of archers was like wheat in the field. They were blown away by the 2 circles of flames. "Ah!" 40 to 50 archers were struck by the explosive incendiary bombs and died on the spot. There were also hundreds of yellow silk capes that were ignited. They looked like hundreds of human-shaped torches as they ran in all directions without any sense of direction. Almost half of the archers that could have dealt great damage to Danny's army had collapsed. Not many soldiers actually died under the incendiary bombs. The total number of casualties was less than 200. However, the scene was too horrifying. Their formation was instantly disrupted. Even though Grazadin and the generals were unafraid of death at the front line to stabilize the formation, there were still the two dragons. Danny and the black dragon attracted everyone's attention. They forgot that the green dragon and the white dragon had not appeared yet. The two dragons each carried an incendiary bomb and circled in the sky. Because the archers and shield-bearers kept retreating, the two dragons had to adjust their aim. When Grazadin stabilized the shield-bearers' formation and the archers fired a volley of arrows, the two dragons dropped their missiles. After dropping the bombs, the bombers immediately transformed into combat fighters. Hiska, hiska, while the archers were in chaos, the two dragons drew a beautiful arc in the air above the shield-bearers' formation, leaving two trails of fire behind. Two gaps appeared in the shield-bearers' formation. Charge! Danny led the way on the black dragon. Blackie was like a clumsy penguin. It ran on the ground with a rumble. Beside it were 500 elite knights of the Queen's Guard led by Kue Luo. Blackie had transformed from a combat fighter to a light cavalry. Hiska boom! Blackie's dragon flames created a third gap in the scattered shield-bearers' formation. It was like 3 huge holes in a dam blocking a flood. Thousands of cavalry broke through in one wave. The 1,000 shield-bearers of Gith were drowned by the flood of cavalry. The 1,000 spearmen behind the shields were like defenseless chickens. They struggled and were scattered by the cavalry. Then, they were surrounded by the 10,000 gladiators who came after them. Without the protection of the shield-bearers and spearmen, the 3,000 archers who had already fallen into chaos completely collapsed. The black dragon ran and spat fire all the way. How could the archers, who only wore a layer of leather armor, not collapse? When the Gith infantry formation was pierced through by Danny's heavy armored cavalry, they were not harassed by the enemy's light cavalry. They also did not face the enemy's heavy cavalry head-on. Yes, the 6,000 cavalry all ran away. Even if they were frightened by Danny's dazzling appearance, even if they were surrounded by countless soldiers, even if the gladiators defected to the Mother of Dragons, even if, in the beginning, the cavalry commander and the mercenary corps were prepared to grit their teeth and fight that cunning woman to the death. After all, they were also human. They were men and proud old mercenaries. They were played like monkeys by a 15-year-old girl. Even if they knew that fighting head-on would not end well. But their pride still drove them to stabilize their formation. They waited for their shield-bearers to block the enemy's first wave of cavalry. They lowered the speed of their horses. If the speed of the horses was low, the impact would be small. It was equivalent to the cavalry going up the slope being more advantageous to the cavalry going down the slope. But the two fiery incendiary bombs were like 2 pails of cold water poured over the heads of the knights. Especially when the two dragons swept past at a low altitude at high speed, the warhorses nearby could not help but run wildly. How could they fight? Run! What, you said pride? Is the Dragon Queen an ordinary woman? Isn't it natural to lose to the Dragon Queen? Zidane was the first to run with his new Second Sons regiment. Damn, with such an inauspicious regiment name, how could I not run? If I fell into the hands of the Dragon Queen and she misunderstood that I was the illegitimate son of the Titan's illegitimate son, wouldn't I be tied up and fed to the dragons? Once the new Second Sons regiment ran, a few small mercenary corps with only 100 people immediately followed. The Ragged Prince sighed to the sky and also retreated with the 1,000 overriders of the Windblown regiment. Under the chain reaction, General Guise could only follow and run for his life. Even the war god of Yuan Kai, Grazadin, saw that there was no way to reverse the situation. He shouted, "Preserve our strength and protect Yuan Kai. Everyone, retreat." Then he ran away. In your dreams. Danny smiled coldly and patted Big Black's neck. Big Black then ran a few steps and jumped into the sky with a kick. Danny's action of riding the dragon into the sky was a signal that could temporarily end the battle. Kneel and surrender. Those who surrender will not be killed. The cavalry and the infantrymen on both sides shouted in unison. Kneel down and surrender. If you surrender, you will be spared. The newly joined gladiators imitated them and shouted with pride and pride. The sandwich formation of the archers, spearmen, and shield-bearers was already broken. After being penetrated by thousands of cavalry several times, the Guy's soldiers fled like headless flies. At this time, they heard the tsunami-like voices urging them to surrender. Surrender. Save me, mother, I don't want to die. A Guy's youth with a broken leg whispered with a pale face. Clang! An archer next to him dropped the machete in his hand and knelt on the ground. He held the back of his head with both hands and shouted with a sobbing voice, Surrender. I surrender. Clang, ping pang, ding dang. The sound of weapons being thrown to the ground rang out continuously. Rows of soldiers seemed to have lost their spines as they collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen as they shouted, I surrender. Danny drove Blackie to fly around the battlefield. After making sure that all the soldiers had surrendered, she shouted to Ago on the ground, let the civilians come over to clean up the battlefield and take captives. Cavalry regiment, unsullied, follow me. Under Ago's order, the elite shield-bearers and spearmen standing outside the trenches on both sides of the camp immediately threw away the weapons in their hands, dragged a long wooden board from behind, put it on the trenches, and hurried to the battlefield. They are just civilians. Civilians disguised as elite infantrymen. The Guy's infantry commander who was kneeling on the ground was stunned at first, then fear. There were only a few thousand cavalry and 1,500 unsullied here. Where did the tens of thousands of elite infantrymen of the Mother of Dragons go? They couldn't be in Meereen, right? This, the white flag unsullied, the red flag guards, the blue flag wings of liberty. What's going on? Zidane, who had galloped for 10 kilometers, pulled on his warhorse and looked at the orderly formation of shield-bearers and archers on the hills ahead, and the flags in front of the formation fluttering in the wind. He was completely stunned. Why is this happening? We saw 40 to 50,000 along the way. Just as he said this, he suddenly shouted, oh, the white flag army, red flag army, and blue flag army on both sides of the camp are all fake. Go back, go back. The Bravosi ordered the cavalry to turn their horses around. Just like that, the thousands of warhorses that had galloped for 10 kilometers turned back a few hundred meters and rushed towards the shield wall opposite the trenches. Thump, 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 thump. Like a bowling ball hitting a steel plate, the warhorses hit the thick wooden shields at high speed and then bounced back violently, landing in the trenches. The trenches were less than 2 meters wide. Even if there was a half-meter-high slope on the opposite side, the warhorses could still jump over it, but the shield wall blocked the cavalry's way. Keep going. Graz, Dan roared at the mercenaries. Fill the trenches with corpses and break a bloody path. Bang, 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 a few small mercenary groups did not have the capital to defy the commander of the Allied army, so they braced themselves and continued to try. But after the trenches were filled by more than 10 cavalrymen, a few cold gleaming spearheads suddenly poked out from behind the shield wall. TCH, TCH, TCH. The cavalrymen's throats were accurately pierced. These are the real unsullied. One of the cavalrymen exclaimed. Let's find another place to break through. Graz, Dan led the cavalry forward. Screech, screech, screech. Graz, Dan despaired as he saw 3 megalosaurus flying towards him, followed by a black mass of cavalry behind them. Chapter 156. Without a doubt, when the 6,000 Yuan Kai cavalrymen were trapped in the ruins of the front camp, all the soldiers knew that the Dragon Queen had set up an ambush at both ends of the long camp. The cavalrymen were hiding behind the rear camp in the northeast, and the cavalrymen were hiding behind the burnt front camp in the west. It was normal that the scouts couldn't find their hiding spot. After all, the scouts had their own detection range. If they hid outside the range of the scouts, they wouldn't be discovered no matter what. However, when the 20,000 Gith troops entered the camp and charged towards the rear camp, the ambush should have come out. Otherwise, if they missed the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to stop the fleeing cavalrymen. In reality, the 30,000 infantrymen occupied the key terrain and blocked the 6,000 cavalrymen. However, Graz Dan didn't receive any news. After all, he had spread 400 to 500 scouts in a 20-kilometer radius. Graz Dan wasn't an idiot. Even if he was, the Prince of Ragged Clothes and the other generals wouldn't allow him to be so. Although most of the troops entered the enemy's 3 main camps, although they were certain that the Mother of Dragons and at least 45,000 enemy soldiers were in Myrine, although there were so many favorable factors, Graz Dan and the other generals didn't lose their vigilance. Under normal circumstances, 400 to 500 scouts would be enough to ensure that Yuan Kai's troops wouldn't be caught off guard. However, Danny had the ability to fight a battle where the information was completely unequal, just like how she led 3,000 infantrymen to take down Myrine silently. Yes, Danzo, the Prince of Ragged Clothes, Graz Dan and the others guessed correctly. In this world, no one would be able to lead a 50,000-man army to run for 600 kilometers in 12 days, work hard for a night, and finally run for 250 kilometers in 2 days. The entire process would be done without a sound, and not even a few 100,000 people would notice. Danny wasn't a god. Although the soldiers under her command had the title of Release Army, their quality and willpower were a few 100 times worse than that of the real thing. If she really dared to do that, there was no need to attack the Githa's castle. Her troops would have collapsed in the process. Traveling 600 kilometers in 12 days was thanks to the rich resources in Slaver's Bay. The army didn't need to bring too much rations. The 3 dragons gave everyone meat, fish, wild boar meat, even if the supplies carried were small enough, even if each person had at least 2 horses. When they arrived at Yuan Kai City, Danny's 50,000 troops had almost reached their limit. Therefore, in order to take down Myrine through a blitzkrieg, she could not have too many soldiers. 3,000 fierce men. 2,000 of them were unsullied. Each man had 3 horses. When the war horses were tired, they would be thrown into the wilderness. Horses that could run for 200 kilometers were rare, but war horses that could run for 200 kilometers were not few. The key was concealment. The slave army of Myrine was buried at Poplar Slope by Grazdan, the god of war. The gladiator slaves were transported to Yuan Kai, along with 10,000 yellow silk cloaks. Myrine had a general mobilization, and 3,000 regular soldiers died at Poplar Slope. Even so, Myrine, which had a total population of more than 600,000 people, including the manors outside the city, could not be taken down by 3,000 people in an instant, unless they hid their tracks and directly broke into the city of Myrine. How were they going to hide such a huge force of 3,000 people? Dragon. Big Black had been observing the living humans in a 10 kilometers radius from high up in the sky, and Danny had personally led 200 horse cavalry to clear them out. Not all of them were killed. If they were slaves, they were liberated on the spot and recruited into their own ranks as militia. The others, Gith, foreign merchants, mercenaries, and high-level slaves, clerks, musicians, gardeners, and other high-tech slaves, were all tied up and locked up in the nearest manor. Well, the 3,000 cavalry did not deliberately avoid the manors. They began to encounter manors 50 kilometers outside the city of Myrine. The horse archers and black dragons were responsible for sealing off information about the manors. Well, they hunted down the messenger crows that flew out of the manors. Danny led Little White, Little Green, and a few hundred knights to besiege the manor owner. The sudden attack made the manor, which was unguarded, unable to resist, and almost all of them were taken down in one wave. Replenishing supplies, changing war horses, collecting slaves, locking up the Gith. When Danny arrived at the city of Myrine, she already had 20,000 warriors. The sun was setting in the west. After a day of work, the city guards dragged their tired feet and numbly thought that the ordinary day was over. Suddenly, Danny rode the black dragon, led the white dragon and green dragon, and seemed to come out of the red sun. They landed directly on the city gate fortress from the sky. A dozen guards were taken care of by one person and 3 dragons in a few breaths. Then, the cavalry killed their way into the city, the slave soldiers took over the city defense, and Danny took down the Great Pyramid and became the new ruler of Myrene before nightfall. Well, that was how Danny took down Myrene with the silent blitzkrieg. After taking down Myrene, Danny spent the night and the morning liberating all the slaves in the city. During this time, the Black Dragon had flown back to Yuan Kai and had been monitoring the movements of Yuan Kai's army. This morning, Danny, in the form of a dragon spirit, saw Grazidan mobilizing the soldiers in the city through the Black Dragon's perspective. She rode the Green Dragon and led the White Dragon back to Yuan Kai. After that, there was another information blockade. The scouts in the key positions were targeted and eliminated by Danny. It was easier than using the full view of the map to besiege the enemy hero. What was the key position? It was the area between the ambush and the ambush point. It must be known that manpower was limited. It was impossible for a scout to run and patrol all the nearby areas. There was only a small group of cavalry in each area. When the cavalry in the key positions were eliminated, Grazidan became blind and deaf. Of course, if the captain of the scouts did not receive information reports from the riders in a certain area for a long time, he would definitely notice that something was wrong. The key was that it did not take too long to arrange the ambush in place. By the time the scouts found that something was wrong, Danny had already taken down the Gith infantry and was forcing Grazidan's cavalry with thousands of iron cavalry. From the first yellow silk cloak that appeared at 3:30 in the afternoon to 6 o'clock in the evening, 17 or 18 riders came back from the east gate of Yuan Kai. These messengers were all scouts in non-key positions. Report: another yellow silk cloak rushed into the palace of the Great Pyramid. The great virtuous lord sat on the high back chair and looked at the ceiling blankly. He did not care about the messenger. At the large oval conference table, there were only 4 or 5 low-level, virtuous lords wearing silver tasseled toga robes. They all stood up as if their butts were on fire. They walked a few steps, stopped talking, went back to sit down, and stood up again after a while. Great virtuous lord, something big has happened. The yellow silk cloak panted. Which virtuous lord fled with his family? The great virtuous lord asked in a hoarse voice. The first messenger brought a blizzard to the entire Yuan Kai city, making all the people of Gith feel cold. The dung man Azen was the first to leave the palace of the great virtuous lord. He was also the first to lead his family and servants to board the ship and leave Yuan Kai city. As the richest man in Yuan Kai city, Azen's business was all over the world. He had huge industries in New Gith, Volantis, Queers, and even Reese and Jade Sea City. Even after leaving Yuan Kai city, he was still as rich as a country. Seeing that the situation was collapsing, the wise man of Yuan Kai did not even think about the reason for his defeat. He directly led his family and fled. It was because he was smart that he understood how dangerous the situation was. If the great virtuous lord did not kill the 50,000 slaves, he would have stayed behind to mediate the peace talks. But now, it was useless to say anything. The maxim of the Targaryen family, blood and fire come from the same source. Damn it, blood and fire, just hearing it sounds scary. With Azen taking the lead, the virtuous lords and great lords began to bring their families and big boxes of treasures to the docks. If they were late, the ships would be gone. Before the Mother of Dragons was free, they had to escape through the night. Even their employers had begun to flee. Would the mercenaries who worked for them stay? In the end, even the big merchants and the people of Gith in the city began to rush to the docks. Great virtuous lord, you should escape quickly. The east gate has fallen. The yellow silk cloak wailed. What? As if he had been struck by lightning, the great virtuous lord almost slid down from his chair. He stared with his bloodshot eyes and shouted in disbelief, when did the enemy come? Why didn't they even attack the city? We still have 15,000 guards and thousands of dragon-slaying crossbows. Are you still not willing to die for Yuan-kai at this time? Your Excellency, it's not that our army is not working hard, but the enemy is too cunning. The old guard in his early 50s cried. Well, the great virtuous lord was recruiting soldiers in Yuan-kai. Even the teenagers of 12 or 13 years old and the old people of 50 or 60 years old were recruited into the city guards. That woman. The great virtuous lord's voice trembled, and he asked with a pale face, what did she do? Just now, back to half an hour ago, outside the east gate of Yuan-kai City, the sun was setting, and the sky was dark. The guards on the gate tower suddenly shouted, "Be careful, a large number of enemies are attacking." The guards immediately became alert. Not long after, the guards on the city wall also saw a black shadow running quickly to the gate. Before they could ask, there was a loud shout in the noisy running sound, "Quick, open the gate, there are pursuers behind." Are they on our side? As a few torches were thrown out of the city, the Gith soldiers on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief. It was a group of Gith infantry wearing yellow silk cloaks. There were about 200 remnant soldiers, all covered in blood, their armor was broken, and many people's yellow silk cloaks had obvious burn marks. However, the gate commander did not immediately open the gate. Instead, he said vigilantly, "Now is a special time. In order to prevent spies from sneaking into the city, you must stand under the torch and let us see your faces clearly, and report your name and home address." The remnant soldiers below cursed for a while with dissatisfaction. Finally, an officer who was obviously in a higher position stood up and reprimanded the irritable soldiers with a few words such as, "Take the overall situation into consideration," and "Evil mother of dragons is insidious and cunning." Then, the officer was the first to stand directly below the gate. He raised his face in the fire and introduced himself, "Is the gate commander, General Hire? I am from Mirin's Graza family, Lingard Graza, nephew of King Salsjer, and commander of the infantry regiment for King Salsjer. There is this person. I remember that King Salsjer did bring a nephew to Yuan-kai City." Immediately, a guard whispered to the gate commander. "I am the gate commander personally appointed by General Grazadin, Hire Karaz." Responding to Lingard below, General Hire turned back and asked the guard in a low voice, "See if it is him." The guard looked up and saw that the man below had lost his helmet. His black and red hair was messy on his shoulders, and there were black stains on his dark face. It should be. The guard was not sure. "Your Excellency, where is King Salsjer?" General Hire asked again. "Bring King Salsjer over." The general named Lingard waved behind him. Chapter 157. Two men in messy yellow silk capes carried a stretcher and ran toward the bright light at the city gate in a hurry. "Be careful, don't hurt the great lord," Lingard shouted. As he spoke, he walked forward to support the slightly swaying stretcher. Under the light of the fire, the commander on the city gate found that the stretcher was made up of 2 spears and a few pieces of leather armor. It was very simple. On the stretcher lay a tall general in silver armor. His blue coat under the mail armor was dark red, and there was an arrow with its tail cut off on the left side of his chest. Obviously, the general in silver armor had an arrow in his chest and was in critical condition. Rumble. At this moment, there was the sound of horse hooves in the distance. There were arrows flying over from far away. The enemy's centaur scouts had caught up. Fortunately, the distance was a little far, and the 200 remaining soldiers were huddled at the base of the city wall. There were more than 10 soldiers outside with shields. When Lingard carefully removed that person's helmet, the city guard commander's expression changed, and he loudly shouted, "Quickly, quickly, open the city gates. That is infantry great commander Thorsky, quickly call for a doctor." Lingard was a small character, and not many people knew him. But Thorsky was the infantry commander of the Mirin army, and had a high position. He was previously in charge of the defense of Yuan-kai City, and could be considered the commander's immediate superior. Seeing the great lord bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted because of the pain, his mouth opened and closed silently, and he struggled to raise his right hand to ask for help. How could the commander endure it? Creak. As soon as the city gate opened, the commander quickly ran out and held the great lord's raised right hand, and said affectionately, "Great lord, don't worry, I will immediately arrange for the best doctor for you." In the time it took to say 2 sentences, the stretcher had already entered the city gate. The great lord glanced sideways and saw that most of the remaining soldiers had already entered the city gate. His eyes suddenly bulged, his face was extremely distorted, and his throat made a hee-hee-hee sound. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Obviously, he was agitated. Feeling the great lord's iron grip on his arm, Hire gradually comforted him in a soft voice, "Great lord, you are safe, now you are completely safe." Then, he raised his head and shouted to his attendant, "Great lord is in too much pain, bring him some poppy milk." Tears rolled down from the corners of Wei Zhu Daren's eyes. He closed his eyes and stopped struggling. Seeing that even Lord Wei was moved to tears, Commander Hire's heart warmed and he was overjoyed. Suddenly, his warm heart turned cold. He looked down and saw that a sharp blade had pierced through the chainmail in front of his chest. Why? He tried his best to turn his head, but his vision was blurry, and he collapsed to the ground weakly. Chi. 200 yellow silk cloaks burst out, slaughtering the group of guys guards who were the manor owners half a month ago as easily as slaughtering chickens. Kill! A black mass of armored cavalry rushed in from outside the city, followed by an endless stream of infantry. Yuan Kai's eastern city gate had completely fallen. Ha ha ha. After listening to the report of the old soldier, the great sage smiled bitterly. He walked to the gate of the palace and looked at the long line of torches swimming along the wall. He waved his hand behind him and said softly, "Virtuous masters, you can all leave now. Leave Yuan Kai immediately." The virtuous masters who were still here were all the great sage's confidants. They did not leave immediately. Instead, they asked with concern, "Your Excellency, when will you leave?" "I think, for a short period of time, the dock area is still under the control of the coalition fleet. I am the great sage, and from the beginning, I have decided to live and die with Yuan Kai." The great sage said lightly. "Is that necessary? We have not lost yet. Grazidan's main force is only besieged, not annihilated. Even if Yuan Kai eventually falls, we still have the coalition army. Queers is building an expedition team, and Volantis is also frantically gathering mercenary groups from all over the world. Our messenger even got a promise from Prince Reese that if Volantis officially declares war on the Mother of Dragons, he will send a fleet to join us. Your Excellency, the wave of the people of the world against the cruel tyranny of the Mother of Dragons has just begun. We need you, the people of Guise need you, the Great Alliance needs you, the peace-loving people of the world need you, and the great sacred cause of the Mother of Dragons cannot be separated from you." Several virtuous masters took turns to persuade, and the veteran of Guise next to them also burst into tears. He choked and said, "Great sage, if you die, who will rebuild Yuan Kai?" "No need to say any more." The great sage waved his hand and said coldly, "There have been too many virtuous masters who have abandoned the city and fled. The people of Guise now need a kind of spirit, a kind of symbol. I will use my sacrifice to awaken the fearless will of the son of the harpy who once galloped the continent. Great sage, we are already very motivated. This defeat is mainly because the other side has a dragon. The Mother of Dragons is too cunning, and not because we are afraid of the enemy. You really don't need to sacrifice yourself." The veteran could not help but argue for the brave men of Guise. These words were not wrong. The Yellow Silk Cloak's combat skills were naturally not as good as the Iron Legion, but they had never surrendered without a fight. Their will and courage were higher than the mercenaries and slave warriors. In the original plot, Danny Rise also formed a slave legion of tens of thousands of people, and there were more than 10,000 unsullied. As a result, the combination of the Yellow Silk Cloak and the mercenaries in Yuan Kai City beat her to the point that she did not dare to go out. Astapor, Myrene, and then Yuan Kai City, Slave Bay, the Three Guys city-states have all fallen, almost equivalent to a dead country. A dead country, but no one took the initiative to die for the country. What do you think that woman will think? What will the people of Keles and Volantis think? The great sage waved his hand tiredly and sighed, "Let's go, I will guard this great pyramid and try to buy some time for you." A hunchbacked old virtuous master smiled bitterly and said, "Great sage, I am 63 years old this year, I will accompany you." "Oh, I have many sons, I will also stay." Another fat virtuous master sat back in his seat with a determined look. "I report." Before the others had time to express their opinions, another yellow silk cloak rushed into the palace and shouted in fear, "Great sage, the Great Pyramid is surrounded. That woman, she came in person." I am still young, and I don't have a son, I can't stay." A young virtuous master screamed. The great sage looked around the palace, but it was too dark, and he could not see the dragons or the soldiers in the square below. "Oh, I should have thought that the Great Pyramid would be her first target." He looked back and looked at his companions with a complicated expression. Under normal circumstances, the Great Pyramid was really Danny's first target, but Yuan Kai was different. After the army entered the city, they first controlled the four walls because there were more than 2,000 Dragon Slayer crossbows placed on the walls. After that, Danny found the arsenal under the guidance of the spies in the city. The three dragons and the shield bearers formed the flamethrower of the Iron Shield flamethrower and burned a few hundred yellow silk capes who were guarding the armory. Danny immediately ordered the militia to bring out the oil barrels from the armory. The three dragons once again became bombers. The vision at night was poor, and they might not be able to burn many ships, but Danny needed to force the Gith fleet to leave Yuan Kai immediately. There were 80 or 90 warships and more than 400 ships at the dock. If they were left alone, how many Gith people and Gith gold could they take away? In addition to sending dragons to throw kerosene barrels, after the main force took down the city defense, Danny immediately asked them to attack the dock outside the city. Therefore, whether the Great Pyramid would be surrounded or not, the virtuous masters inside could not leave Yuan Kai by boat. The chaos in the city lasted for 4 or 5 hours, during which the residents of the city hid in their homes and did not dare to go out. Only from time to time, there were horses running in the streets and soldiers shouting, but the dock area became a sea of flames. The north and west sides of Yuan Kai were close to the sea, and the Mother of Dragon's army almost unscrupulously threw kerosene barrels and everything that could be burned outside the two walls. Danny told her soldiers in advance that Yuan Kai did not need a dock, and burned all the ships, houses, warehouses, and people on the beach. At this time, leaving a Gith person meant that there would be one more yellow silk cloak in the future. At this time, they took away a gold coin, and there would be one more iron sword to cut them in the future. 30,000 soldiers carried out the Queen's will very well. In the early hours of the morning, the dock area outside the city was scorched black, and there was no more burning wood. "Calixi, there is something unusual in the Great Pyramid." Danny was awakened from the dragon's dream by the maid Jichi. Her tent was placed in the huge square in front of the Great Pyramid. In addition to the soldiers who were responsible for the night watch, many soldiers nearby were directly lying on the ground and sleeping. They were really ready for battle. Even Danny was wearing a full body armor when she slept these days, only taking off her helmet. On the left side of the blanket was a two-handed sword, on the right side was an iron shield, and under the pillow was a dagger. Since the last assassination by the Faceless One, not only was there at least one Imperial Guard or Blood Alliance guard around her at all times, but Danny also learned Chow Chow's skill of killing people in dreams. It was not a fake dream like Chow Chow's. After Danny fell asleep, she would enter the state of the dragon's dream, which was conducive to the recovery of her body. Before, it was her consciousness that entered the black dragon's soul realm, but at this time, it was different. During this period, Big Black would possess her body. When the soul entered Danny's sea of consciousness, it could obtain her 5 senses. Because dragons were extremely sensitive to danger, if someone wanted to assassinate her, Big Black could detect it in time. What's the abnormality? Danny sat cross-legged in the tent, holding a stone egg in her hands. Well, she was not sleeping at this time, and was contacting the dragon's dream in the bronze dragon egg. Before leaving Astapor, Danny thought that there would be a lot of killing on this trip, so she might as well take little Four to replenish some spiritual essence. She did not know how many people were burned to death in the dock area, and a large amount of colorful spiritual essence poured into the stone egg like a waterfall. Little Four was born in the last 1 or 2 days. Danny wants to see you. She said the great sage is crazy. Chi got into the tent, curiously looked at the dragon egg and asked, "Don't we need to burn it?" "Burn it again and he will come out." Danny smiled and handed the egg to her. Chi held the stone egg and looked left and right, curiously asked, "Is it going to hatch? Is it bronze?" "It's a bit ugly. Golden yellow, there are a few bronze spots on the wings, just like the small pockmarks on your cheeks." Danny stood up and said, "That's not bad." The centaur maid touched her cheeks and smiled. Danny opened a corner of the tent, poked her head out, and waved to the small figure in the shadow 5 meters away, "Come here." Quiet as a shadow, light as a feather, moving as a snake. The small water dancer, with a few sliding steps, escaped from the shadow, and almost teleported to the front of the tent. Seeing this, the strong man, Beworth, who was guarding outside, narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Half a year has passed, this little brat is getting better." An ordinary face, an ordinary maid's linen clothes, even her eyes. The immaturity and childishness of a 10-year-old girl was not missing at all in her eyes. "Danny, see, you've grown taller." Danny touched her dry and messy hair, smiling. Danny frowned slightly, but did not avoid it, and said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, Mourinho is crazy." Chapter 158. The former little gladiator, the bitch, and now Danny C. was one of the spies that Danny sent to Yuan Kai. Because she killed the children of Astapo Grazidan's family, she was sentenced to death after the code was published. Well, remember the performance when Danny learned from Boss Chow's, cutting off hair in place of the head? It was the Queen's whipping code that shocked hundreds of thousands of Astapo people. By whipping oneself to atone for the death row prisoners. Buying people's hearts was a secondary purpose. The main purpose was to establish the sanctity of the code. Even the Queen could not change the laws of the code at will. Little Danny C. was also among the rebellious slaves whose hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. She was honest. When she knew that she was going to be beheaded, she neither resisted nor cried. When Danny C. was whipped in front of her, the little girl cried. Alas, the people in this world were too simple, and Danny C. was too small. She was tricked and became Danny's loyal follower. Not only Danny C., but many of Danny's guards were once members of the death row prisoners. After being exchanged blood for blood by the Queen, almost all of their loyalty was off the charts. Danny C. was originally going to arrange for a kind family to adopt Danny C. and let her live a peaceful and normal life. As a result, the little girl refused to leave and said that she wanted to be the Queen's right-hand woman like Miss Andii. Baristan also persuaded her that it was a pity for such a little girl to go to the manor and be a peasant woman. She could be kept as a seat of the King's Guard. So in the beginning, Danny C. was Danny's maid and little bodyguard. Later, Danny C. began to form a spy team and arranged for spies to go to Mirin and Yuan Kai to inquire about the enemy's intelligence. The little bodyguard had been listening, but suddenly found that the work of spies was more suitable for her. In this way, Danny C. changed from a bodyguard to a small intelligence leader. She did a good job and sneaked into the Great Pyramid and became the little girl of the Great Sage's house. Well, she helped the Great Sage raise hounds. The virtuous lord has gone mad. Danny mused. But how did you get out? Is it dangerous? Danny was more concerned about the little spy's safety. I'm small, so I can enter and exit most of the rooms through the ventilation duct. There are also vents on the ground floor. Danny said proudly. It seems that Astapor's vents need to be changed to multi-pipe mode, Danny said cautiously. There's no need. His Majesty's pyramid is only 100 meters tall, much shorter than the Great Sage's 120 meters, and the ventilation is also smaller. I tried it when I was a child, and it was very uncomfortable. Danny smiled. Then she said seriously, the slave owner is crazy. I'm worried that he will destroy the entire pyramid. There are more than 1,000 slaves in it. Oh, what did he do? Danny was interested. He burned his son, daughter, wife, and relatives to death. Sigh, the sorrow of the last emperor is nothing. Danny sighed. There were many similar emperors and heroes in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. It's not a normal burning, it's a sacrifice. The witch summoned a shadow demon to devour souls. It's too scary. Danny said with a pale face. Shadow demon? Danny was stunned. An old witch with bare breasts, big iron rings, and rubies on her cheeks, summoned the shadow of a demon that seemed to crawl out of hell. It danced under the witch's spell under the illumination of the flames. Danny's face was filled with fear as she recalled the whole process. Chi-Chi's face was pale and she was trembling. Not to mention the centaur maid, even Danny herself had a layer of white sweat on the back of her neck. What was scarier than listening to a ghost story in the middle of the night was listening to a real ghost story. The demons summoned by the witch took away the souls of those people. Chi said with a trembling voice. Seeing her shrinking into the blanket, Danny quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, we have dragons. No matter how strong the witch is, she's not as strong as an immortal. Big Black is monitoring the cavalry in the wilderness. Little Green and Little White are looking for corpses to eat at the docks. They're not here. Chi said. What? Those two bastards went to eat people again. Danny's anger immediately drove away her fear. Why didn't you tell me before? She glared at the maid. Calixi, compared to disturbing your rest, eating a few charred corpses is nothing. The maid said. Sigh, I can't let them get used to it. Green dragons, white dragons, and black dragons are different. Saying so, she took out the dragon striker whip, a long whip made of thin metal. She opened the tent and prepared to go to the docks to teach the two disobedient brats a lesson. Your Majesty, what should we do with Mourinho? Danny pulled her back. Don't worry, let him die. He's sacrificing his family to hatch the dragon eggs. Danny shouted. It can't hatch. Sacrificing his family to hatch the eggs is a lie I deliberately put out. Danny didn't encourage everyone to do things that went against human ethics. It was mainly based on Danny's previous experience that this kind of lie was the most credible. Before she crossed over, she and countless other Tiaba friends also thought so. If Danny said that as long as the whole family gathered together and prayed to the 7 gods happily, the little dragon would hatch. Who would believe that? Another point was that the method of hatching the dragon that Danny said was itself a paradox. Only by sacrificing the person you loved most could you hatch the dragon. But when you took the initiative to sacrifice your family to hatch the dragon, it meant that your family wasn't the person you loved most at all. You loved the dragon more. In other words, Danny was actually telling everyone that no one could take the initiative to hatch the dragon. Everything was arranged by fate. Don't force it. If the great sage killed his family, I would only be happier. But with his degree of madness, if the whole family died and the dragon eggs didn't hatch, I'm afraid that the next step would be to sacrifice the slaves in the pyramid. This is also why I came out to find you. Danny said quickly. This. Danny hesitated. It had to be said that although Danny was young, she considered the problem very thoroughly. How crazy would it be to sacrifice the whole family? There are at least 1,000 Gith guards in the pyramid. We can't attack in a short time, and the environment at night is bad. If we launch a strong attack, our losses will be too great. She hesitated. Who would want to set up a tent in the square if they could live in the comfortable pyramid palace? But Yuan Kai was different from Mirin. Mirin's military strength was extremely empty. The great sage didn't think that Danny would attack Myrene and was completely unprepared. Yuan Kai had a large number of soldiers. The great sage had long known that she would attack the pyramid. The last time the black dragon attacked and killed 3 of the great sage's sons. Therefore, every pyramid in Yuan Kai City was stationed with a large number of yellow silk cloaks and dragon slayer crossbows. Danny was still waiting for Sir Shackle to help her solve this big problem. Well, Butcher Cleon was almost at Yuan Kai. Then, I'll kill him, Danny said decisively. Don't. Danny quickly dissuaded, your life is far more precious than that dying man. How could she, a little assassin, survive if she killed the great sage in front of so many people? No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as 1,000 slaves. Danny gritted her teeth. This little girl had been led astray. She was too righteous. Danny looked at her for a while with a wooden face and asked, can you steal that stone egg? The sacrificial ceremony is on the 3rd floor below the garden. The stone platform where the egg is placed is just below the ventilation vent. If no one was there, I could have hooked the egg with a hook despite the smoke and fire. But there are many people there, in public. Well, I'll let the soldiers launch a feint attack and see if they can lead people away. If everyone leaves, you can steal the dragon egg. Without the dragon egg, he will. At this point, Danny suddenly caught a glimpse of the bronze dragon egg in Ji Chi's arms. I remember you said in the last message that the royal family of Kills had 2 dragon eggs. Regretful Guest and Lewin each took 1 dragon egg? Yes, I heard it from the great sage to the other great sage. Danny's expression changed a few times. After a while, the demon Danny and the angel Danny argued in her mind. If the dragon egg was replaced, the great sage would mistakenly think that she hatched little four. Danny could remotely complete the last step of the dragon hatching process nearby. Then, the royal family of Kills would become extinct. The fake regretful guest was really a faceless one. Maybe she could kill the Sea King of Bravos while she was at it. The faceless one's backer must be the government of Bravos. The ruler of Bravos was known as the Sea King. But this kind of thing was too immoral. It might even hurt Little Four. Sai, after stealing the dragon egg, escaped to the top floor garden immediately. Don't go down. It's too far and too dangerous, she finally said. Even if the great sage's attention was distracted, it wouldn't last long. The opportunity was fleeting. Such a short time was not enough for Danny to escape by the original route. The place where the sacrificial ceremony was held was only 3 floors away from the top floor garden. The top floor was the closest distance. What happens after I escape to the top floor garden? Danny was puzzled. I'll let the dragons pick you up. There were no crossbows in the top floor garden. There were no guards because no one wanted to repeat the mistake of the 3 sons of the great sage. Watching Danny step into the shadows, Danny sighed. Under the protection of Beavos and the others, she carried the whip and walked to the dock area. But before she left the square, there was a sudden situation on Blackie's side. The more than 5,000 cavalrymen trapped in the old camp were ready to break out. Did they notice the change in Yuan Kai? Danny was puzzled. Of Danny's army of 50,000, 3,000 went to Myrene. Yuan Kai left behind 47,000. In the afternoon, he instigated another 10,000 gladiators. With almost 60,000 soldiers, there were less than 6,000 cavalrymen and 3 dragons. The original encirclement was almost impenetrable. There was no fear of Grazadon breaking out. But now, almost 40,000 people entered Yuan Kai. There were less than 20,000 left. The army seemed to be weak. There were 3 main reasons why she didn't take down Grazadon in one go. First, it was late when she trapped them. Second, Grazadon's 5,000 cavalrymen didn't bring any food or horse feed. The longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for Danny. There might even be a large-scale defection of the mercenaries. She had already arranged for Lila to contact the wind-blowing group in the middle of the night. Last but not least, Danny's army of 50,000 didn't bring enough armor-piercing arrows. They didn't even have iron arrowheads, crossbows, fire oil, and other powerful weapons. For example, the incendiary bombs thrown by the White Dragon and Green Dragon in the afternoon. The camp didn't have any stock. The two dragons flew them from Myrene, which was 250 kilometers away. Fortunately, they had been fighting for the past month and killed countless enemies. There were also 50,000 slaves slaughtered by Yuan Kai. In the process of burning the corpses, Little White and Little Green also got a share of the spiritual rain. The two dragons grew at an exponential rate. The largest weight they could carry was 200 pounds. Ji-Chi, go and call the generals. We'll settle everything tonight. Danny had an idea. She came up with a plan to kill them. Chapter 159. Before dawn, the stars were hidden and the moonlight was gone. The sky was like the bottom of a pot that had been burning for 100 years. It was dark and heavy, making it hard for people to breathe. Well, at least Warlord Yuan Kai was so nervous that he could barely breathe. He was about to do something that would affect Yuan Kai's future. Break out of the encirclement before dawn. He couldn't wait any longer. Even a commander like him was so hungry that his stomach was growling. How could the ordinary soldiers have it easy? Besides, they didn't dare to kill horses and roast meat. It was late at night. Would they light a bonfire and become targets? There were dragons in the sky. Dragons could throw bombs. If they really waited until tomorrow morning, not to mention whether the woman would attack them or not, there was an 80% chance that the 1,000 or so mercenaries in the group would defect and become enemies. Faced with such a desperate situation, Grazadin could only try his best. He would break out of the encirclement as many as he could. At least he wouldn't be completely wiped out. He, Warlord Yuan Kai, couldn't lead an army that was completely wiped out every time, right? In order to persuade the prince in ragged clothes and the other mercenary groups to fight with him, Grazadin promised that he would lead the charge with the yellow silk cloak. The mercenaries only needed to follow behind the main group. In a way, Grazadin saved this group because just 2 hours ago, red-haired Lila secretly met with Danzo. Lila told Danzo that since the wind-blowing group wasn't stained with the blood of the Northern Expedition Liberation Army, the previous agreement was still valid. If the wind-blowing group was willing to backstab the Gith people in the morning tomorrow, the Dragon Queen would allow them to take away the commission they received from Yuan Kai. Of course, if the wind-blowing group resisted stubbornly and was completely wiped out, the Mother of Dragons wouldn't have any obligation to fulfill the agreement. Under such coercion, Danzo and the prince in ragged clothes felt aggrieved, but in order to not be wiped out, they could only listen to Danny's orders. Not long after, Zidane and the leaders of a few small mercenary groups also found the prince in ragged clothes. They said bluntly, in order to survive, we have to give Yuan Kai to the Mother of Dragons as a gift package. We'll raise the flag tomorrow morning. Danny looked down on those small mercenary groups and didn't send anyone to contact them at all. Zidane and the others were completely following the tradition of mercenaries that everyone knew. Looking at Zidane's newly sewn flag of the Imperial Guards, the black dragon flag with a red background, the prince in rags had a blank expression, but he heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. I was just about to look for you, but you came here on your own. You came at the right time. I don't need to be tainted with the stigma of betraying my employer. Brother Zidane took the initiative to take the blame. In other words, if Grazadin did not break out of the encirclement and take the initiative to take on the role of cannon fodder, he would most likely be wiped out in the battle tomorrow morning. The process of breaking out of the encirclement was much easier than Grazadin had expected. Only about 300 cavalrymen died, and they managed to break through the defensive circle of the trench. By the grace of the gods, we have found the weakest point, Grazadin shouted in high spirits as the night wind blew across his face and the sky to the east turned indigo. He did not suspect any trickery, because the encirclement was 2 kilometers wide and 3 kilometers long. Even if the enemy had 60,000 men, it was impossible for every place to be filled with soldiers. In other words, both sides knew that the encirclement had more than one weak point. If it was during the day, even if the guy's cavalrymen managed to reach the weak point, before they could break out of the defensive trench, a large number of mobile cavalrymen would immediately rush over and turn the weak point into a death meat grinder. But at night, rumble. A large number of cavalrymen did indeed catch up, but it was too late. I didn't expect that we would really break out of the encirclement. After the Mother of Dragons received our promise, she was much less vigilant. Danzo's expression was complicated. He did not know if he should be happy or upset. Grazidan may have lost many battles, but he lived up to his name as the god of war. He must have noticed that something was wrong with the mercenaries, and he also keenly noticed that the Mother of Dragons' troops were a little lax before dawn. His accurate grasp of the situation of both sides allowed him to find the opportunity to win. His repeated defeats were not because he was too stupid. He did not even make a small mistake. The key was that the woman's tactics were too imaginative. The prince in rags sighed. The dragon queen still has a dragon. A dragon can throw kerosene bombs. It's even more terrifying than the legendary devil dragon that burned cities, Kago muttered loudly. Danzo looked around and saw mercenaries galloping on horses nearby. He asked, "Then what do we do now?" "The Mother of Dragons who signed the contract with us is a real person. She also recognizes the contract." The prince in rags hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Let's go back to Yuankai first. We have come all the way from the land of strife to the west. We have also seen the evaluation of the Mother of Dragons by the major cities. She is almost the enemy of the entire world. Without the cheap slave workers, the cost of the great voyage trade would increase by almost 5 times. For some slave merchants, it would even increase by 10 times. How much of a conflict of interest is there? Many sea merchants would like to take out half of their property to join the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance. Perhaps in a few days, there will be ships transporting tens of thousands of troops to Yuankai. Nay. When the indigo night sky in the east was dyed with a few streaks of dark red, Grazidan, who was at the front, finally arrived at the city gate. "Who are you?" The torches on the city gate tower shone brightly. A familiar shout came from above. "Is that General Hire?" "It's me." Grazidan let out a sigh of relief. Judging from the voice, the person shouting on the city gate was the gate commander he had personally arranged before the army left. Whoosh! A torch was thrown down the city wall. The voice said excitedly, "Lord Grazidan. It's really you. Did a messenger report that you were trapped in?" Grazidan interrupted him. "I found an opening in the enemy and led the army to break out. Hire, hurry up and open the gate. Let the soldiers go in first. There are still pursuers behind us." Oh. Hire nodded. He turned around and shouted, "Open the gate. Inform His Excellency the virtuous sage that His Excellency Grazidan has returned. Our Yuankai Empire has regained its backbone." "Hee, this kid must have been scared out of his wits yesterday afternoon," Grazidan said to a virtuous lord beside him with a smile. This virtuous lord named Ozil was like Grazidan. He had a dark and thin face, a muscular body, and long limbs. He was a rare virtuous lord general in Yuankai. That was why Grazidan chose him as his deputy. "You're not wrong. You're the backbone of Yuankai," Ozil said respectfully. Creak. The city gate opened. A few people wearing yellow silk cloaks were setting up torches on the stone walls. Grazidan stood on the saddle and looked behind. He said to his deputy without turning around, "Ozil, bring the men in first." "You're worried about the mercenaries?" Ozil asked in surprise. Why else would I risk breaking out in the middle of the night? There are 3 types of people in this world that you can't trust: the bed slaves that Yuankai trained, the mercenaries that roam the world, and the Westeros politicians," Grazidan said disdainfully. "Why are there Westeros? The Mother of Dragons is cunning, but she's not a liar." The deputy was confused. I'm not talking about her. That Tywin Lannister Anne. Ouch, don't fight, don't rush. As soon as the city gate opened, the cavalry rushed into the city like sheep being chased by a dragon. One of them was so anxious that he bumped into Graziden's horse, almost knocking the virtuous lord off his saddle. Go in and maintain order, Graziden yelled at his deputy. Mercenaries, Graziden pointed at the thick dragon-slaying crossbows that poked out from the murderous hole above. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are countless crossbows near the city gate. The Megalosaurus won't dare to cause trouble here. Then I'll go to the Great Pyramid first. Sigh, I have to figure out why we lost so inexplicably this time. How many soldiers does that woman have?" Ozzel muttered as he followed the cavalry into the city gate. After exiting the city gate, the deputy saw the cavalry gathering at the square below the Great Pyramid. He shouted at the guards above, "Why don't you go back to the cavalry camp? Why are you going to the square?" "The virtuous lord wants to reward the soldiers and boost their morale," Hire said helplessly from above the tower. Sigh, the virtuous lord has put in a lot of effort. With a spiritual leader like the virtuous lord and a backbone like the god of war, there's no need to worry about the dragon calamity not being quelled. Ozzel sighed. Soon, more than 4,000 guys' cavalry entered the city gate, and the mercenaries behind them followed suit. "What are you looking at, virtuous lord?" The prince in ragged clothes asked Graziden, who was standing on his tiptoes. "I'm afraid someone will fall behind," Graziden said coldly. The prince in ragged clothes was so angry that he laughed. Hey, something's wrong." Danzo suddenly pulled his commander and said with a serious expression, "Prince, smell it." "Smell what?" The prince in ragged clothes was confused. "There's a burning smell in the air." Danzo's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the city gate. He felt as if a monster was about to attack him with its mouth wide open. Burning. The prince in ragged clothes smelled the burning smell in the sea breeze, and his expression changed. He was a veteran general who had been through many battles, and he immediately felt a great sense of fear. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, the prince in ragged clothes pulled the reins and urged his horse to gallop toward the east. The soldiers on the city wall had been watching the movements of the people below. When they saw the situation, they immediately shouted, "Shoot!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the dragon-slaying crossbows that were originally pointing at the sky immediately changed direction and fired wildly at the city gate. At the same time, a row of archers suddenly appeared on the city wall and shot a dense rain of arrows at the people below. Ah! With just one wave of attack, a large number of mercenaries gathered outside the city gate fell. "Help, I don't want to die. Ah, we've been betrayed by the guys, damn slave traders. I surrender, don't kill me." There were also some members of the wind-blowing mercenary group who knew the inside story and shouted, "Ah, our plan to surrender to the Mother of Dragons has been discovered by the guys. Run, Mother of Dragons, help." The mercenaries could not be blamed for being ignorant. In fact, this kind of thing had never happened in the Ursos continent. "Dismount, kneel, surrender." After 2 waves of attack, the guards on the wall stopped attacking and shouted in unison. "Dismount, kneel, surrender." Such shouts also sounded around the city square. As torches suddenly lit up, the guys' soldiers who were sitting on the saddle waiting for the virtuous lord's reward suddenly found that the square was filled with dragon-slaying crossbows. On the streets, on the roofs, and even on the stone steps on the first floor of the Great Pyramid, rows of steel crossbows glowed coldly under the torches. Hiss, a dragon's roar came from above, and the guys' cavalry who originally had a little hope completely lost all hope. It was not a misunderstanding, nor was it a coup by a virtuous lord, but Yuan Kai had fallen into the hands of the Mother of Dragons. Surrender and you'll be spared. Chapter 160. The sky in the east was red. The guys' cavalry could vaguely make out the true dragon flags behind the ballistae. Red flags, white flags, and blue flags fluttered in the breeze from the sea. It told everyone clearly that they were once again surrounded by the Mother of Dragons guards. On the balcony of a 4-story tower next to the square, Dany held up her metal horn and shouted, "I am the conqueror of Slavers Bay. Soldiers of Yuan Kai, the war is over. Lay down your weapons and surrender to be spared." Oziel looked around and found that he had the highest status. Without hesitation, he rode forward and shouted from the bottom of the tower, "The great guy's people will never be conquered. Woman, the son of the Harpy will never surrender to you. If you don't surrender, then die." Dany said coldly. "Ha ha ha, kill me if you have the guts." Oziel laughed. Whoosh, a 2-meter-long refined steel arrow shot through the air like a bolt of lightning and pierced through the armor on Ozel's chest. The arrow carried Ozel's body and flew for more than 17 meters, killing or injuring another 7 or 8 cavalrymen along the way. Blood splashed out, leaving a long trail on the square. Fuck. Fuck, that woman has guts. The first ray of red light from the east fell on Oziel's twisted face. "I just wanted to surrender in a more dignified way. Is there a need to?" After saying his last words, this General Yuan Kai's neck tilted and he breathed his last. The metal horn reflected the golden red light in the sun. Dany shouted at the guy's people below, "Who else?" Thud, thud, thud. The cavalrymen near her shrank back together with their horses. "Ready." She raised her hand, and the sound of bows and arrows being raised rang out. "Don't shoot, I surrender." A mercenary threw down his sword, jumped off his horse, and knelt on the ground, crying. The guy's general next to him was furious. He pulled out his scimitar and was about to strike. "What about me? We only have a total of 5,000 people. Not counting the archers and the dragons in the sky, the other side has more than 2,000 dragon shooting crossbows. How are we supposed to fight?" The mercenary cried. The general was silent. He put down his scimitar. "I surrender, I surrender." The mercenaries were the first to surrender. They only hesitated for a few breaths. The Gith cavalry also silently dropped their weapons and knelt down. Under the golden red sunlight, 52-57 Gith cavalry and mercenaries knelt on the ground. "It's over, it's completely over." The great sage who was watching from the entrance of the Great Pyramid muttered to himself. The warm red sunlight shone on his body, but it couldn't hide the paleness of his cheeks, nor could it drive away the cold and despair that seeped into his spine. "Sigh, we can't blame those children. Other than surrendering, what else can they do?" The old virtuous master said helplessly. "What's wrong with that idiot Grazadon? Half of Yuan Kai City has been burning for half a night. Can't they see it?" Another young virtuous lord cursed loudly. Of course, he couldn't see it. Dany's front camp was 5 kilometers away from Yuan Kai. If they were on the plains, Grazadon might be able to see the burning red light at the dock, but the front camp was on the hills. Simply put, the front camp, the middle camp, and the back camp, 3 camps that stretched for 10 kilometers, the main camp was on the hills. It was common sense to build a camp on high ground. After the 20,000 Gith soldiers entered the ambush, the front camp was occupied by Dany's army. Before the Gith cavalry could retreat, Dany personally led people to block their retreat. As a result, more than 5,000 cavalry were stuck in the valley between 2 hills. To be honest, the front camp's hills were not high. It was only a gentle slope of 30 to 40 meters, but this slope could completely block the Gith cavalry's vision. Not to mention Grazadon, even the defenders on the hills of the middle camp did not see the fire in Yuan Kai City. Although Dany's brain was flexible, she was not Zhuge Liang. She did not expect this to happen. The camp was also chosen by the old general, Barristan. To be honest, she did not expect Grazadon to break out in the early morning. If Dany did not transfer the 40,000 troops to Yuan Kai City, he dared to break out. She dared to let the 5,000 cavalry not see the sun of the next day. The reason was very simple. In the night, when the Megalosaurus roared, the enemy's warhorses could not charge. The cavalry that lost their momentum was a training target for the spearmen. a series of coincidences led to the current situation. Of course, the virtuous masters who did not go to the battlefield did not know these things. They were all cursing the war god Yuan Kai loudly. While they were cursing, the old witch of Helkelin ran with her walking stick, shaking the 2 dried eggplants hanging low on her chest. As she ran, she howled, "Your Excellency, it's not good." The virtuous master, who was standing at the gate of the palace and watching the sunrise, seemed to be numb. He was stunned for a while before he turned around and asked, "Is there a slave revolt in the pyramid?" "No." "Oh, I don't know, sigh." The old witch slammed the hardwood walking stick in her hand and shouted, "The dragon egg was stolen." "What?" The virtuous master was stunned, then he showed an anxious look and said excitedly, "Which bastard dared to steal my dragon egg?" Because of the fear of slave rebellion, there was not a single slave on this floor of the palace. In the virtuous master's mind, if the dragon egg was stolen, it could only be Gisney. "It doesn't seem to be your guard. I was at the door, but I didn't see." The old witch was not sure. The drastic change in the square interrupted the sacrificial ceremony. Most of the virtuous masters and guards went out to check the situation, but the old witch was not interested in the life and death of the Gisney. She just took a look and went back to the sacrificial hall. When she came back, she found that the dragon egg was missing. "Virtuous master, there are traces of someone climbing through the skylight." Soon, a guard found something strange. In fact, the vent above the dragon egg was the first place to be checked. Just by looking, they found clear traces of crawling in the passage that was blackened by thick smoke. There was no need to think about it. A small man took advantage of the time when everyone was away and hooked the dragon egg through the skylight. The virtuous master was furious and shouted to the guards, "Search carefully." Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall and shouted, "It's the mother of dragons." "What?" "Go out and see, outside the pyramid, the mother of dragons stole the dragon egg." Although the virtuous master and others did not understand, they did not slow down. Some rushed to the window, and some ran directly to the gate of the palace. Hiss, under the golden morning sun, the black dragon flew towards the square in front of the Great Pyramid. A 7 or 8 meter long hemp rope was tied under his right claw. A little girl in gray clothes was holding the rope with her left hand and a golden stone egg in her right hand, floating in the air with the wind. "Damn it, damn it!" The guards shot arrows, but the arrows could not get close to the girl. "It's over. Even our last hope has been taken away." The virtuous master's legs went soft, and he fainted. Phew! The old witch breathed a long sigh of relief. She was a little grateful to the mother of dragons that she had never met before. The dragon egg was stolen. The virtuous master's whole family died except for his 13-year-old son. If he could not hatch a dragon in the end, that crazy guy would probably burn himself. It's not that I didn't work hard, and it's not that I didn't have enough power. Obviously, the virtuous master loved the child named Carricker the most, so. The old witch shrugged at the masters who were desperate and said helplessly, "It's too late to say anything now." "It's not too late." The virtuous master, who woke up faintly, struggled to get up and stared at the old witch with eyes full of death. "Sacrifice Carricker." But, the virtuous master and the old witch said in unison. The two looked at each other, and the old witch closed her mouth. The virtuous master said, "But you only have one blood descendant left, Carricker." The virtuous master sighed and said coldly, "In this way, Carricker will not be able to survive. I must have been crazy to leave him for last." "But the dragon egg was stolen," the old witch immediately said. "Let me ask you, is Lalo a god?" The virtuous master's eyes turned red as he stared at the witch. Although she was scared to death, the witch still shook her head and said, "He's not a god. He's a demon, a devil, a demon. It doesn't matter if he's a demon or a god. He has received so many offerings from me, and he must know what I want." "A few hundred meters is nothing to a demon god," the virtuous master roared. "I'm not sure." The witch could only say this to the madman who was on the verge of going crazy. You better be sure, 100% sure. The virtuous master said with killing intent. Damn it, it's not easy to earn 200,000 gold radiance coins. The witch sighed and said, Virtuous master, you have to understand that the sacrificial ceremony has its own rules. Let alone a few hundred meters, as long as the runes and incantations are wrong, the ceremony will not be completed. Even if Shadow Demon Lalo responds to your prayers, the baby dragon will still fall into the hands of the Dragon Queen. Isn't this helping the enemy? Do what I tell you, don't talk nonsense. The virtuous master roared crazily. The witch finally understood. In his despair, the only thing the virtuous master had left was to hatch the dragon. This was the only thing he could hope for, and it was the only thing he could do. All right. At around 11:00 in the morning, Sir Shackle led 10 cavalrymen and rushed over. Danny was smashing the dragon egg. For some reason, the fake dragon egg that had been hatched once really contained, how to put it, a purple-black mass of spiritual substance. It was evil and vicious, and it was unknown what kind of monster it could hatch, or if it was just spiritual substance. If not for the fact that Danny could see through the spiritual substance, she would have thought that the witch's sacrifice had no effect on the fake egg. It seemed that the sacrifice of Lalo could really get a response. Danny did not dare to absorb the spiritual substance of unknown origin. She was also afraid that it would really hatch into a demon. After hesitating for a while, she decided to smash the stone egg. The butcher took a total of 500 cavalrymen from Astapor. Yesterday afternoon, when he was 80 kilometers away from Yuan-Kai City, he received a message from Danny. 2 things. First, cooperate with the Centaur Rangers to clean up the remaining soldiers that escaped from the south of Yuan-Kai City. Second, come to Yuan-Kai City as soon as possible to help her destroy the pyramids. After defeating Yuan-Kai City, go to Myrene and continue the fight. Well, Myrene had the most pyramids. Except for the Great Pyramid that was controlled by Danny, most of them were surrounded by the new freedmen. After all, there were only 3,000 elites, and it was difficult to maintain order in the city. Sir Butcher handed the 490 soldiers under him to Agu, while he rushed towards Yuan-Kai on his light horse. The queen needs me, he said to Agu. Danny did need him. She was a just and benevolent queen. Attacking the pyramids often led to the destruction of the great slave owners. Although they deserved it, it was not good to do it, and their reputation was bad. It was better to let Sir Shackle work for the queen. After this wave, Danny would promote him to the Earl of Shackle. Receiving the hint in the queen's words, Sir Butcher patted his chest and promised, Your Majesty, you can rest assured that you will be able to live in the Great Pyramid tonight. Then, Danny posted a notice to all the citizens and merchants of Yuan-Kai City that Sir Shackle would temporarily take over the position of the master of Yuan-Kai City, and she would ride the dragon back to Myrene to continue liberating the slaves. Outside the city of Myrene, there were still manors with a radius of hundreds of kilometers that had not been conquered. The person who made the decision to slaughter the slaves was a virtuous master, and the person who killed the slaves was the manor owner. Other slave owners and citizens of Yuan-Kai Manor didn't support this matter in their hearts, but they didn't directly participate in it. Danny had no reason to punish them. Unless she used the king's authority of the queen's wrath, such as learning from Boss Chow again and learning how he dealt with Shujo because of the death of his father. But Danny had been working hard to create a society that combined the legal system and the rational system. Kings could enjoy privileges, but they absolutely couldn't be convicted of evil, nor could they be absolved of their crimes because of love. In her opinion, if a traveler from another world wanted to play the game of King's Struggle, they must have the awareness of bringing a better world. If they couldn't do it, they shouldn't take on this burden. With the experience and skills of her previous life, she could be a big businessman and play as she pleased. Therefore, the merchants in the West City district were currently being treated coldly by her. Well, she would write it down in a small notebook first. After dealing with the big slave owners, she would specially take time to teach those bastards a lesson. Seeing that Ji Chi was still blabbering, Danny deliberately lowered her voice and said gloomily, "The virtuous master's family of more than 100 people were all sacrificed in the Great Pyramid by the witch. It almost overlapped with hell. Maybe there will be demons wandering in the middle of the night. Do you still dare to live there?" "Really?" The centaur maid shrank her neck, and the afternoon sun could no longer make her feel a trace of warmth. "Then let Cleon live there. Yesterday, 1,300 Gith people died unjustly. It is estimated that he will seek revenge in the middle of the night." "None of the Gith people died unjustly," Danny corrected her. The pyramid chosen by Danny as the Queen's palace was only 100 meters high, but it was very new. The yellow bricks on the outside of the pyramid were newly laid, and its interior decoration was very luxurious and elegant. This pyramid belonged to the richest man in Yuankai, Aizen. The pyramid of the Quag's family was also 5,000 years old, but after Aizen made his fortune, he renovated the whole pyramid again. He also bought a 1-kilometer block from the bottom of the pyramid to the sea in the west and built a square connected to the sea. The square was full of shops, and the sea was equipped with an exclusive dock area. Whether it was the scenery, economic value, or comfort, the pyramid of the Quag's family was far more suitable to be Danny's palace than the Great Pyramid where 1,000 or 2,000 people died. "Well, this place can be used for a vacation." Danny stood on the platform in front of the gate of the palace on the top floor and looked to the west. The blue sea was connected to the sky, and the waves were sparkling. There was a sense of heroism that the whole slave bay was embraced in her arms. "Since it is in the West City, let's call it the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful." She laughed strangely. If there was another Nanny Roan, Danny thought about it and giggled, which made Jichi, who was watching on the side, inexplicably. In fact, the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful was not built by the Qing dynasty at all. It originally belonged to the residence of the imperial concubines of the previous Ming dynasty. "Oh, Calixi, come and see, something happened." In the afternoon, when Danny was discussing the plan to deal with the prisoners of war with several generals in the front hall, the maid who helped Danny make the bed in the bedroom of the back hall suddenly shouted in panic. "What happened?" Danny paused the meeting and walked a few steps to the back hall and asked. "Calixi, your egg cracked." Jichi shouted. "What do you mean my egg cracked?" As she said that, Danny's expression changed, and she quickly ran to the front of the bed. She saw that the bronze dragon egg in the wooden box at the bedside had a thin crack, and the crack was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Is this a natural birth?" Danny asked strangely. Soon, under Danny's command, a group of Unsullied built a charcoal stove in the garden on the top floor with bricks. The charcoal burned with the help of a blower, and the wire mesh above the stove was fiery red. "Why are you burning the dragon egg?" Liberty Wing's infantry commander Morono was puzzled. The stove, which was 0.5 meter in diameter, seemed to be imprisoning countless fire demons, and long red tongues were sticking out through the holes in the wire mesh. The rolling heat wave blew away Danny's soft silver hair, and under the reflection of the fire, her cheeks were red and tender. "A baby dragon that has not experienced the fire is a defective product." As she said that, she held the dragon egg with both hands and placed it on the wire mesh. Boom! The flame instantly engulfed her silk sleeves, and climbed up her flawless white arms like a fire python. In a short while, Danny's entire upper body was enveloped in flames. However, the outer layer of mail blocked the exposed spring scenery. Danny's palm, which was pressed against the surface of the dragon egg, was like a squid on a metal plate, making sizzling sounds as if it was being roasted, and a burnt smell spread in the surroundings. "Your Majesty, isn't the temperature too high? Don't you feel pain?" the red-haired Lila asked worriedly. When she spoke, her tongue felt sour, as if she was the one being roasted. "I didn't expect that even an Unsullied can't withstand the flames of this charcoal stove," the muscular Beworth said nervously as he rubbed his hands. Chapter 162. Blood and fire come from the same source. Blood is fire, and fire is the power of existence in this world. My blood can allow the baby dragons to withstand higher temperatures when they are born. The higher the temperature at birth, the higher their resistance to fire will be when they grow up. Dani was sweating profusely, but her voice was extremely calm. So that's how it is. Everyone was enlightened and in awe. In the process of assisting the 3 dragons and 1 egg to absorb the spiritual substance, the colorful light spots would first enter Dani's soul. Because the dragon's souls had a mysterious connection with her soul, the spiritual substance could enter the dragon's consciousness through her sea of consciousness. Therefore, Dani's soul quality was also very high, and her blood was rich in spiritual substance. At this time, using her blood to help little 4 hatch was not only to increase the nourishment for the baby dragons, but also to strengthen the intimacy between them. It was a kind of blood connection. Blackie was the closest to Dani because he could produce a dragon's soul with her, so his efficiency in absorbing the spiritual substance was also better. Little White and Little Green were very obedient when they were born. Later, Dani and Blackie became closer and closer, and the 2 little dragons gradually drifted away from her. This was the nature of dragons. At the same time, they could only have 1 partner, 1 rider. A dragon knight could not control 2 dragons, and it was also impossible for 2 people to share a dragon. Of course, Dani was not an ordinary dragon knight. She was also the mother of dragons. Even if they could not dream with her, Little White and Little Green would not refuse her ride. Later, during the Dragon's Horn incident, Dani merged her soul with Little White and Little Green again, and the 3 dragons worked together to break the restraint of the Dragon's Horn. In addition to obtaining a witchcraft, Dani's biggest gain was that her relationship with the 2 dragons had undergone some kind of qualitative change. From the dragon rider and the one being ridden, they became family, friends, and partners. Except for the skill slot, they could not dream with each other. They were as obedient as Blackie if they could understand. The 2 dragons were a little stupid, like 5 or 6 years old babies. They might not understand or misunderstand what adults said. Although Blackie was a little retarded, Dani could guide him in real time through the dragon's soul state. This new Little 4 was a little troublesome. Little 4 would follow the same path as second brother and third brother. When he was young, he would be extremely close to Dani. Sometimes, they would even have their souls fused together in their dreams. But as he grew older, Xiao Xi's will gradually matured. Even though he still loved his mother, he and Dani's mother would gradually drift apart. Therefore, Dani wanted to carry out the most barbaric, blood sacrifice, when he was born. She wanted to merge her essence with Little 4's soul. She wanted to extract the essence from her body and transfer it into Little 4's body along with her blood. Little 4, who was still struggling in the eggshell, was in his dragon spirit state with Dani, so he could receive gifts from Dani's mother. Crack! An obvious cracking sound startled the people nearby. They all stretched out their necks and stared at the stone egg on the stove without blinking. "Ah, the flames are extinguishing!" Beworth cried out in surprise. Indeed, the bright red tongue of flame that had been flickering in the air half a meter above was now visibly shrinking. It was like the valve of a liquefied gas was gradually closing. "Add more charcoal. The dragon is incubating. Don't let the flames go out," the red-haired Lila anxiously called out to the Unsullied who was pulling the bellows. The newly built stove had 2 thin and long iron pipes connected at the bottom and the middle. The thin and long iron pipes were connected to the bellows, blowing air from the bottom of the stove. The thick iron pipe with a sealed stopper in the middle was the entrance to the charcoal. "The charcoal is full." "It was just added," the Unsullied who was in charge of adding firewood said doubtfully. "The flames are not extinguished." "The flames are." Fatty Morono pointed at the stone egg that had more and more cracks and said with a trembling voice, "The flames are all being absorbed by the dragon egg." The dragon inside the egg swallowed them. The few of them looked over. They could see that between the small black cracks, there were light red threads that were as thin as a cow's hair crawling inside. Gradually, an illusory flame vortex appeared between Dani's hands. The flames that jumped out of the stove were like seawater that met a huge whirlpool. They were all sucked into the stone egg at the bottom of the whirlpool without leaving a single drop behind. "Oh, is this how a dragon hatches from a dragon egg?" Bruce Wayne murmured in shock. Even Danny was shocked, let alone the onlookers. Although she had incubated a dragon once, she had been stuck in the fire last time and could not see anything. Now, she saw with her own eyes that the flames and dragon's soul were slowly combining to form a palm-sized baby dragon. Suddenly, the system that had been sleeping in Danny's mind sent her a message: the planet's principal will give every dragon egg a dragon mark, just like how a manufacturer provides a verification code for every product. Every mark can only give birth to one dragon. Even if the dragon egg was fossilized, there would still be a dragon mark in the fossilized dragon egg. A normal active dragon egg could absorb spiritual essence from the world on its own. The spiritual essence and the mark would combine to form a complete dragon soul. The dragon soul and the baby dragon embryo in the eggshell would mature together. The eggshell would crack, and a newborn megalosaurus would be born. In the process of hatching a dragon, the mother of dragons could artificially infuse spiritual essence into the dragon mark and gradually form a soul. As the active substance in the eggshell had already turned into stone, the baby dragon that had lost its original body would absorb the energy in the flames with the cooperation of the mother of dragons and be reborn from the flames. Blood is fire, fire is blood, blood and fire come from the same source. Danny suddenly had a new understanding of the maxim passed down from Valeglia. Fire is the source of life. I use the power of the flames and my blood to build a body for the baby dragon, Danny said proudly to the people around her. This. Red-haired Lila's eyes widened in disbelief. This is more mythical than a myth. Yes, even Westeros fairy tales aren't this exaggerated, Bruce nodded and muttered. But this is real. Beavis took a few steps forward and lowered his head to look at the cracks on the surface of the stone egg. There's something inside. There's a dragon. The flames formed the dragon's body. As he said that, the tall eunuch showed a look of realization. No wonder their bodies are so hot. The dragon essence is also so hot. I'm sweating all over. I've been swallowing fire. Crack crack. Crack crack crack. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and the stone egg finally cracked into a few pieces. Hiss, a palm-sized baby dragon crawled on Danny's palm and raised its head to roar. Look, its body. Beavis pointed at the baby dragon and shouted in shock, it's illusory. The baby dragon's body seemed to be made of golden red glass. It looked transparent and illusory. Its body is solidifying. Morono thought. Her Majesty is right. The true dragon absorbs fire to build its body. No wonder the stone egg can hatch a dragon. As long as the soul exists, the true dragon can use fire as its body. After the baby dragon hatched, it continued to burn for 2 hours. After burning a few hundred kilograms of charcoal, its body finally solidified completely. Danny looked at the baby dragon that was nibbling on its finger like a cat and laughed. Since you look golden, I'll call you Gold. As soon as she said that, everyone who had just witnessed the Dragon Queen hatch a dragon froze in awe. What kind of stupid name was that? Moreover, the baby dragon was not completely golden. Its wings had obvious bronze spots. Even the skin covering its spine was dark green. Danny was very happy that she had just won a great battle and hatched a dragon. She decided to hold a banquet in the garden on the top floor. All the high-ranking officers were invited. Clayton was the first to arrive. He even brought a guest with him. Your Majesty, it's been a few days. That witch has been wanting to see you. This. Before the banquet started, Butcher Knight found Danny alone and said hesitantly, to be honest, I'm a little afraid of her. I don't dare to reject her directly. But without your permission, I don't dare to release her. You should just deal with her. What are you afraid of? Danny asked casually as she played with gold. That witch sacrificed hundreds of Mourinho's family. How can I not be afraid? Butcher Knight, who had a fierce face, mumbled. Didn't I tell you that if you respect ghosts and gods and avoid them, the disaster will be eliminated? As long as you don't come into contact with them, you won't be in danger most of the time. Danny did not say anything definite. Under normal circumstances, avoiding the mysterious people would prevent them from being harmed by witchcraft. There were many wizards in this world, but 99% of them were trash. A machete could kill a large number of them. However, there were very few existences that had surpassed the mortal realm and entered the realm of gods. For example, the immortals and demigods. For example, the red-robed woman Melisandre, who served under Stannis. Obviously, the gay Duke Renly did not provoke anyone from the mysterious realm, but he was still killed by the blood witchcraft. Your Majesty, do you want to release the witch? Why don't you lock her up in your pyramid? Cleon said with his head lowered. You can't even pronounce Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. You want me to help you resist the lightning? Danny glanced at him and said, bring her to the garden on the top floor. The chef was still cooking downstairs. There were only 3 wooden tables that were 8 or 9 meters long in the garden. If the place was spacious enough, Danny would even put the 3 tables together. Well, according to the customs of this world, the king and vassals ate at the same table. When the old witch followed Cleon to the garden on the top floor, the first thing she saw was the 3-headed dragon climbing on the western wall. Then, she looked down and saw a silver-haired girl sitting under the megalosaurus. Without a doubt, the pretty girl with a hint of childishness and a hint of heroism on her face was the dragon mother. She was so young. Just as the rumors said, she had silver hair, purple eyes, and a beautiful face that was typical of Valeglia. The witch sighed in her mind and walked up to greet the girl. Hiss! The old woman's actions startled the giant dragon on the wall. However, its 6 fist-sized eyes only glanced at her and Cleon before it turned its head away. It continued to stare at a palm-sized beast sitting at the front of the long table in the middle. The beast was tearing at a piece of charred meat that was as thick as a finger. Wait, that's not a beast. That's dragon. Golden dragon. This is a newborn golden dragon. Old witch pointed at the baby dragon and yelled in disbelief. Cleon's expression changed. He scolded in a low voice, don't be rude in front of the queen. It's okay. It's the first time the old lady has seen a dragon. It's okay for her to lose her composure. Danny waved her hand and gave the Unsullied a look. Then, she invited the witch, Madam, please come and sit down. The Unsullied pulled out a high-back oak chair that was placed at the 4th position of the long table. Jichi also brought a cup of milk tea and a pile of dried fruits. The old witch suppressed her boiling emotions and sat diagonally across from Danny after thanking her. Chapter 163. Old Madam, you're from Helkalyn, right? How should I address you? Danny looked at the witch's attire and asked with a smile. I'm a priestess of the Shamiliana Temple, Kayana. Priestess Kayana, may I know why you're looking for me? Danny asked. Your Majesty, did this little dragon just hatch? The witch finally could not hold it in any longer. Danny paused for a moment before nodding. It just hatched this afternoon. This afternoon? 2 days late. Sigh, what a pity. The witch muttered. Late? Not late, just right. The eggshell cracked naturally at noon. The day was just right. Danny only realized after she finished speaking. Who do you think hatched this egg? Wasn't it me? The witch rubbed her wooden cane and said matter-of-factly. Danny, she said in a huff, call him and see if he answers. Little dragon, come here. I'm your mother. The witch's eyes lit up as she called out to Little Gold. Danny was speechless. Klein, Ji-Chi and the rest of the Immaculate, what are you thinking? Not everyone can become the mother of dragons. Klein's face turned red as he growled in a low voice. The witch's face stiffened, and she glared at the butcher knight with her triangular eyes. She shouted at the butcher knight impolitely, "This old one works for money, so naturally, I won't covet my employer's dragon. I also wouldn't dare to ask the Silver Queen for a small dragon. Wasn't this golden dragon summoned from Lalo the shadow demon by sacrificing the 263 members of the virtuous lord's family?" Klein was stunned for a moment before he asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" "The little dragon just hatched this afternoon. Mourinho died a few days ago, and it's not even an egg. Hey, the great sage is already dead. There's really no need to lie to me." The witch pointed at the little dragon that was engrossed in eating meat. "Look at this pretty little face. It's golden and shiny. It's the same color as the dragon egg that Dragon Queen stole that day." Danny understood that the old man thought that Goldie was hatched from a fake egg. "Sigh, it's a pity that I smashed that magic egg too early. Otherwise, I'll take it out and let her see how she'll snatch the bandit title of Mother of Dragons. It's not the same. This is a brass dragon with cyan spots." Ji-Chi refuted. The witch pointed at her face and retorted, "You have black pockmarks on your face. Why don't you say you're a black person from the Midsummer Islands?" The centaur maid's face turned red, and the freckles on the sides of her nose became brighter. Danny didn't want to waste any more time with the old woman. She asked, "Priest Kayana, why are you here?" "Dragon Queen, I didn't want to disturb you, but you've been keeping me locked up in prison. I'm already so old, I'm afraid I won't last long." Although she was begging for mercy, the witch's tone was calm and didn't sound like she was begging. Who knows where she got her confidence? Or maybe, she's already so old that she doesn't care about life and death. However, Danny wouldn't lower herself to her level. Just like what she said to Klein, she should respect the gods and avoid them. This old witch is obviously a ruthless character. Damn, she's so ruthless. She sacrificed the great sage's entire family of 263 people. Danny wasn't afraid of these witches, but they didn't have any conflict or hatred. There was no need to deliberately make enemies with her. She was a priest of Shamiliana's temple. She had her own sect and inheritance. She wasn't a rogue cultivator whose entire family died. The old priestess isn't a criminal. Why are you keeping her in prison? Danny frowned at Sir Butcher. Although it's a prison, she's been treated well, Klein argued. Priest Kayana, you know that not only did I take down Yuan Kai, I also took down Mireen a day earlier. I've been dealing with Mireen for the past 2 days. After explaining, Danny said directly, although you're helping the Gith people breed dragons, you're not a member of the Gith Alliance. Oh, by the way, Herculon didn't declare war on me, right? The members of the anti-evil Mother of Dragons Alliance weren't limited to the cities of Slave Bay. New Gith was already involved, and Quills and Volantis were still building their armies. According to the information obtained from interrogating the Great Sage and the Wise Sage, the few slave-trading countries in the Jade Sea and the free cities in the Western continent had the possibility of declaring war on Danny. No. Shamiliana wants to, but it's too far away. The witch shook her head. Wants, but not enough. Old woman, who gave you the courage to say such things to me? Danny said with a straight face, since you're not an enemy, then your actions in Yuan Kai are considered commercial activities. Your Excellency, you're free to leave now. The Dragon Queen is wise and righteous, this old one can't thank you enough, but... The yellow-black wrinkled old face actually blushed, causing Danny to think that she had seen wrongly. If you have anything to say, say it. Dragon Queen, I'm paid for serving the Great Sage, the witch said. You've sacrificed the Great Sage's entire family to the devil, and you still want to ask him for money? This kind of service. Well, it's best to do it for each of the city kings who oppose me. How much? Danny asked, rubbing her nose. Obviously, no matter what the Great Sage promised the witch, it couldn't be fulfilled because all of Great Sage Yuan Kai's wealth had gone to Queen Danny's treasury. It's a total of 200,000 gold radiance coins. He paid me 50,000 in advance, so I still have 150,000 left, the witch said hesitantly. A mere 150,000 was not even a drop in the ocean of the great sage's wealth. Dany waved her hand generously and said, Targaryen values promises the most. I'm willing to help the dead Mourinho fulfill his promise with you. Really? The old witch was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Targaryen. Once a promise is made, nothing can stop it. Then. The witch smiled and pointed at Xiao Jin. The great sage promised that as long as a dragon hatches, he'll reward me with an additional 300,000 gold radiance coins. Old woman, this is too much. Dany lowered her voice and said, Your Excellency, Xiao Jin definitely didn't hatch from that golden egg. At least, I won't admit it to the outside world. I'm a decent person, a benevolent king. How can I encourage others to sacrifice their entire family? This is too vicious. I can't do it. I'm going to deny it. I'm going to tell the world. I want everyone to understand that whether a dragon can be hatched is completely up to the heavens. It can't be forced. I understand. I understand. Even if a sacrifice can't guarantee that a dragon can be hatched every time. Thinking of the great sage's threat to her, the witch felt a sense of familiarity with Dany. As long as I sacrifice your entire family, even if your entire family dies and you don't hatch a dragon, you can't blame me. After all, the mother of dragons also admitted that whether a dragon can be hatched is up to the heavens. How can you not believe the words of an expert? Dany emphasized, a sacrifice can't hatch a dragon at all. Sacrificing the person you love the most to hatch a dragon is a logical paradox in itself. I've already said so, do you still not understand? I understand, I understand. The old witch nodded repeatedly. It's good that you understand. Dany sighed in relief. Then, Your Majesty Dragon Queen, what about my 300,000 reward for hatching a dragon? The witch blinked and asked. Dany almost choked on her saliva. What the hell do you understand? At this time, an unsullied came to the queen and asked, Your Majesty, everyone is here. Should we start the banquet immediately? Your Excellency, please stay for a meal. We'll talk after that. Dany said helplessly. She actually wanted the old witch to leave immediately, but it would be too rude to do so. Other than the personnel on duty, there were a total of 40 to 50 generals. 3 8-meter-long wooden tables were placed side by side. The tables were quickly filled with delicacies. Dany sat at the head of the wooden table in the middle, and a dozen people sat on both sides according to their positions. Clegane and Beevos sat on her left and right, respectively, while the witch sat opposite Dany as a guest. Yes, 2 blood guards and Barristan went with her to Meereen. Ago, who stayed in Yuan-Kai, led thousands of light cavalry to search for the remaining Gith soldiers outside the city. The ambush last night didn't work. The Ragged Prince and Grazidan ran away with 400 to 500 riders. Congratulations to the Queen, congratulations to the true Dragon Gold. Everyone raised their cups to congratulate Dany. Ha ha ha, brothers, congratulations to all of us. Congratulations to the unification of Slave Bay. Congratulations to no more slaves in Slave Bay. Dany raised her cup in response. Long live the Queen. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Dany also thought of a good idea to deal with the old witch during the banquet. After the banquet, she asked the old witch to stay and handed her a stack of parchment. These are the deeds found in the virtuous master's house. There are 10 luxurious villas in North Queers. I don't need to emphasize. You should know the value of these deeds. This. The old witch hesitated. She knew how expensive the houses in Queers were. According to the data on the deeds, the 10 villas were worth at least 1 million gold coins. Will the people of Queers admit it? She doubted. Why not? Just say that the virtuous master gave these deeds to you before I entered Yuan-Kai. Even if the people of Queers guessed the truth, they could only admit it. After all, if news of them breaking the contract spreads, who would dare to do business with them? Dany said. The witch thought about it and agreed. She smiled and said, Thank you, your majesty. After sending off the witch, Ago returned to Yuankai with a face full of dust. He also brought 2 captives with him. They were the 2 vice leaders of the wind-blowing group, Danzo and Kago. Hey, Ago, you're late. Our banquet just ended. Ago was not in the mood to care about that. He said in frustration, Calixi, those guys escaped. Oh, how did they escape? Danny asked curiously. A ship released a small boat to pick them up. Ago pointed at Danzo and Kago. He said in frustration, these 2 guys led 30 suicide squads to stop them. They tried to buy time for those people to escape. Danzo and Kago were not in good condition. The poet swordsman's old face had a twisted scar across the bridge of his nose. Kago was stabbed in the left side of his waist. Chapter 164. After the news of the fall of Mirin reached Yuankai, you should have come to me immediately. After all, we have a contract. Even if your leader had unrealistic fantasies and wanted to make one last gamble, after more than 20,000 soldiers were ambushed by me outside the city, the fantasy should have been shattered, right? My request is not high. The wind-blowing group will turn against the Gith people and help me take down Yuankai. Then you will leave with the commission promised by the Gith people and get a promise from me. To be honest, I really can't guess what your leader is thinking. Danny shook her head and said in a helpless tone. The wind-blowing group with 2,000 soldiers was qualified to negotiate with her. That was right. But 2,000 soldiers could not change the situation of the entire battlefield. The price she gave was absolutely fair. Grazadin suddenly wanted to pull us to break out of the encirclement and disrupted the leader's plan. Danzo sighed. Well, even if the plan was disrupted, the Gith people had all entered the city. Even if you found out that you were tricked, why did you run away? Do you know how many people died the night before? Because of your sudden escape, nearly 800 mercenaries died in the chaos. Your wind-blowing group accounted for 90% of the deaths, and only 1 Gith person died. That's right, only 1 Sage Lord. Danny sneered. No, impossible. Kago struggled and shouted. What's impossible about that? The Gith people were already surrounded and there was no way to escape. The people who rioted were all from your wind-blowing group. Even if I had no malice towards the wind-blowing group, I had no choice in that situation. Danny said lightly. It was me, I killed those brothers. Danzo's voice trembled, and 2 clear water marks were drawn on his dirty old face. Why didn't you slaughter the Gith people and the mercenaries who entered the trap? Kago glared at Danny and asked. He was extremely unbalanced. The wind-blowing group had succeeded in discovering this woman's trick, but they were the ones who suffered the greatest loss. This was unfair. If this woman killed all the Gith cavalry that entered the city, then their escape would be meaningful. Hee, in your heart, what kind of person am I? A monster who kills for pleasure. Isn't it good to keep the mercenaries for ransom? The guy's soldiers were demoted to coolies to plant wheat for me. Isn't the bread they make delicious? Sigh, our pride has harmed the bragging group. Perhaps in the depths of our hearts, we always thought that Her Majesty the Queen was bound to lose, and that the losers were not worthy of our attention, much less our allegiance. Subconsciously, we even arrogantly believed that we could decide Her Majesty's fate. Danzo laughed bitterly. Now that his thoughts had jumped out of the chessboard and looked at the actions of the wind-blowing group as a bystander, he suddenly discovered an extremely terrifying thing. Dragon Queen had 3 dragons, more than 10,000 unsullied, and tens of thousands of Mother of Dragons guards who had been training for half a year. She herself also had wisdom that surpassed mortals. Ever since she was born, she had never lost a battle. But whether it was the leader or the group's officers, in the depths of their hearts, they all looked down on her, thinking that she was just a stupid little girl who had gotten lucky. If he wasn't stupid, would he have thought of freeing the slaves? If she wasn't stupid, would she make an enemy of the entire world for someone who had nothing to do with her? If she wasn't stupid, would she have led 50,000 soldiers to attack Yuan-kai? Almost everyone was saying that it was a pity for the Dragon Queen. Even if she could win countless times, she would end up in a miserable state sooner or later. But the problem was that she had always been the victor, and the wind-blowing group had no right to look down on a giant who was taller, smarter, and stronger than them. Every time the giant had good intentions, they would subconsciously think that she was weak. The leader had always wanted to make the Dragon Queen take the blame for her, and he would reap the benefits without doing anything. Sigh, he didn't know his place. If you don't have any ill intentions towards us, why did you send the centaur cavalry to hunt us down? Can't you let us leave? Kago glared at the weak Danzo, and roared angrily at Danny. Danny looked at him with disdain as if she was looking at an idiot and said, "Is there something wrong with your head? A group of crippled soldiers wandering in the heart of my rule, how can I just leave them be? What if you raid my manor and slaughter my people? Who can I reason with? We just want to leave this stinking cesspool immediately," Kago shouted. "Then you tell me. If you don't tell me, how can I know what you're thinking? Looking at the wind-blowing group's behavior, I thought you were all Githa's suicide squad, and wanted to fight me to the death. Your Majesty, can you answer a few questions for me, so that I can understand how we lost the war?" Danzo looked at Danny with a longing gaze. These words had touched her itch. If she didn't brag about her success, it would be like not returning home after riches. It depends on the situation. I still want to try some of these schemes a few more times. Danny lifted her chin slightly, and said reservedly, "Your Majesty, the soldiers you brought to Myrene were at most a few thousand. Why did almost everyone in Myrene think that you brought 50,000 soldiers? And many people saw it with their own eyes." Danzo asked. "I liberated a large number of slaves along the way, and the soldiers were newly recruited." Danny said half of the truth. In less than 3 days, it was already extremely difficult to travel 250 kilometers. How could there be time to liberate 50,000 slaves? The real reason was simple. When Danny took down Myrene, it was almost dusk. The 50,000 cavalry outside the city was just an illusion created by a few thousand slaves riding horses and dragging branches behind them. As for the 50,000 soldiers who entered the city with torches after dark, this time, Danny learned from Dongjua, Boss Dong. 1,000 elites entered the city from the east gate with torches, so that the Gith people in the east could see. The north city, which had no tall buildings, had long been under martial law. Another 1,000 people sneaked out of the city through the north gate in the dark. This cycle repeated dozens of times, and there were 50,000 armored elite soldiers. At that time, the lords of Myrene were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to leave their pyramids at all, giving Danny precious time to expand the Mother of Dragons guards. Danzo didn't know whether he believed it or not, and continued to ask, "How did your Majesty hide the traces of the army's movements? Send scouts to clear the main road." Danzo smiled bitterly. This was obvious nonsense. Anyone with a little common sense would not believe it. But they had already said in advance that they would have some reservations. "I have now figured it out. You left almost 40,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry in Yuan-kai. The 1,500 unsullied in the rear camp were just bait to lure us out. But the rear camp was not the real ambush point. Because 40,000 people were too many, the rear camp could not hide them. Maybe you wanted to reduce the losses, so you separated the infantry and cavalry of the coalition army and ate them separately. There was no doubt that the real killing point was in the front camp, which was already in ruins. We didn't expect it at all. After all, we just came from the front camp. Without the protection of the infantry, the cavalry ran back and forth for nearly 20 kilometers. The warhorses also lost their momentum and could only be trapped to death. It was true that there were only a few thousand cavalry in the rear camp. The infantry in the ravines on both sides of the camp was just a cover. There might be no one in the rear at all. As for the rumbling of horse hooves further behind, it was just a few dozen centaurs driving the horses. Oh, there were branches behind the horses' tails. A Gith scout saw it and told us the next day when he met us. Danny nodded and said with a smile, "You guessed right. I didn't want to make it so troublesome, but as you said, 40,000 soldiers were too many to hide in the rear camp." Danzo's eyes flashed and asked, "The key is, where did you hide the 40,000 ambushers?" As mentioned before, the Gith people were not stupid. When they left the city to attack the rear camp, there were hundreds of scouts who investigated the territory 20 to 30 kilometers around the camp. Perhaps the 3,000 cavalry led by Danny and a few thousand civilians disguised as the main force could be squeezed in the rear camp, but where did the 40,000 infantry that set up the real ambush point in the front camp come from? If Danny's 40,000 infantry were hiding 30 kilometers away, it would definitely be too late to stop the cavalry team that fled back. Under normal circumstances, 30 kilometers was enough for a large force to walk for a day or two. Danny spat out 3 words with a gloomy face. Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake? Danzo and Kago's expressions changed wildly. There was relief and shock. 5 kilometers north of Yuankai, there was a beautiful lake that looked like a piece of jade embedded in the earth. Therefore, it was called Emerald Lake by the people of Yuankai. The nobles of Gith often took their families there to hike, row boats, swim in the lake, and hunt in the nearby forest. However, in order to kill the Dragon Queen who had 50,000 troops and 3 dragons, the virtuous lords of Yuankai sank the corpses of 10,000 slaves in the Emerald Lake. The manors on the Great Plains of Yuankai were burned, and the wells within 20 kilometers of the outskirts of Yuankai were blocked. The 50,000 troops ran for 600 kilometers and were already exhausted. Even if ordinary generals suspected that there was a problem with the Emerald Lake, they would be careful and vigilant while taking water from the lake. The Gith people also deliberately threw a lot of horse dung and sewage into the lake, meaning, "We have polluted the water source," so that they could hide the real killer move 10,000 corpses. In the end, it was the first time in this world that a disease was caused by stuffing corpses into the lake, a tactic created by the ruthless virtuous lord. Moreover, there was a process for the corpses to rot. In the first half of the month, the lake was still beautiful, and the lake water was like a mirror. However, invisible germs had already bred and the lake water was polluted. The thought of 50,000 troops eating, sleeping, and training around a pit of 10,000 people without knowing anything was terrifying. The virtuous lords were also afraid. Regardless of whether it was the east or the west, the ancients were extremely afraid of diseases, so the scouts did not dare to enter that area. The Emerald Lake was only 3 kilometers away from the front camp. "You're not afraid of the disease?" Danzo asked in disbelief. "Humph, of course I'm afraid. I'm scared to death. I came to Yuankai in the afternoon, and that night, I built the camp and dug the wells. The next morning, I arranged for 20,000 soldiers to go into the lake and fish up the corpses that had been soaked for 2 days, Danny said coldly. Danzo suddenly understood. "We also noticed the scene of you burning the corpses. At that time, we only thought that the corpses came from the corpse forest on the main road. It turns out that you mixed the corpses in the lake with them and burned them together." At the same time, this sword poet also understood something. The smoke that he and Zidane saw at the camp that day was most likely real. At that time, there were really 40 to 50,000 people stationed at the camp. Later, when the news of Mirine's fall came, they naturally thought that the front and middle camps were empty. The other party also deliberately piled up scarecrows in the camp, making them even more convinced that they had fallen for the empty city strategy. Yes, at that time, the prince in rags and he were amazed by the Dragon Queen's empty city strategy and thought that it was the greatest tactical innovation in the Ursos continent in the past 1,000 years. There had never been an empty city strategy in this world. However, the other party was no longer satisfied with using the empty city strategy to deceive the pitiful people of the other world. The Dragon Queen had surpassed the empty city strategy. The empty city strategy that annoyed and secretly impressed the Guy's coalition army was a fake. More than 40,000 soldiers were lying in ambush. The war had ended for a few days, but the dignified god of war Graz, Dan and the prince in rags, who had fought for a lifetime, still did not understand how they had lost. So miserable, so pitiful. Danzo's face was ashen, and he looked extremely depressed. How did you know that there were corpses in the lake? Kago could not help but ask. Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know how to spread spies in Yuankai? To tell you the truth, I have spies in Yuankai, Mirene, New Guys, Queers, Volantis, and even Pentos and Bravos thousands of miles away, Danny boasted with a cold face. Chapter 165. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed since the end of the war. Under the sunset, the sea rippled with dark red scales. A sailboat painted with the word seahorse was sailing towards the city in the west. Yuankai. The old poet Danzo stood at the bow of the ship, his half-length gray hair dancing in the salty sea breeze. He looked at the megalosaurus circling the pyramid in the distance and sighed. I'm back again. Woo! Suddenly, a low horn sounded from behind. The sailor on the lookout post immediately shouted down, it's the Prince Viserys. The Dragon Queen's fleet has returned to port. Danzo turned his head and saw a red-hulled ship taking the lead. It was almost twice as fast as the seahorse as it chased after them. The ship's wide sails, which extended 7 or 8 meters out, were printed with the image of a roaring megalosaurus. Behind the red shell ship, there were 9 long and narrow ships. The sails of the ships all had the pattern of a black dragon on a white background. They looked like ice blades walking on the sea, giving people a feeling of sharpness, swiftness, and fierceness. Whoosh! Soon, the leading red-hulled ship cut through the waves like a flying fish leaping out of the sea. It passed by the seahorse nimbly and swiftly. The Prince Viserys. Danzo read the Valeglia words written in black paint on the ship's hull. Sigh, even the navy is on a scale. Can she really change the world? The old poet muttered. The captain of the seahorse was over 40 years old. He had a thick red beard. He seemed to have heard the old man's whisper and walked up to stand beside the old mercenary. He sighed. How can it not be on a scale? She's captured 200 ships in Mirene. Ships are not longships. They can't be used as warships, but they have sailors and slave boatmen. You haven't seen that scene. When the slaves on the docks saw Danny rise flying over their heads on a dragon, they all raised their hands like crazy and shouted, Misha, Misha. The Dragon Queen has never lacked ships. Experienced sailors and the huge shipyards of Mirene were what she wanted the most. If we take down Mirene, the Navy's last weakness will be fixed. In another 3 to 5 years, the summer sea will fall under the claws of the true dragon. I'm afraid the Alliance won't give her 3 to 5 years. Danzo sighed. Hee, I hope the Alliance can hold on for another 3 to 5 years. Captain Redbeard shook his head disapprovingly and said meaningfully, what we have experienced in the past few months has proved one thing. With a dragon, you can control the world, but without a dragon? If not, then kneel at Danny Rise's feet and shout, Long live the Queen. Oh, why do you say that? Edward, you haven't seen the Battle of Poplar Slope, right? Danzo asked doubtfully. Although Dragon Queen had won countless battles in the past 2 months, she had only won the battle at Poplar Hill with the help of dragons. At other times, she relied more on her extraordinary intelligence. The Megalosaurus also played a role, but it was not as shocking as the Battle of Poplar Hill. I've been running the sea at Slaver's Bay for the past 2 months. My seahorse alone helped the Dragon Queen transport 1 million gold coins from Mirene to Astapor. TSK, after taking down Slaver's Bay, Queen Danny suddenly became the richest person in the world. Some people speculate that she has at least 100 million gold coins, Redbeard Edward said enviously. 100 million? Danzo was shocked. Then he asked doubtfully, what does this have to do with the Megalosaurus? Oh, think about it. The Dragon Queen sent dozens of ships to transfer the wealth of Mirene to Astapor. How big of a scene would that be? Would the Alliance's fleet not react at all? Not long after, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle at sea. About 70 warships of the Alliance went up against 5 of the Queen's fleet. 14:1. It depends on luck. It's not a loss anyway. Redbeard instructed the first mate before pulling Donswa toward the dock. The last time I left the pier, it was still scorched. At this time, the stone embankment where the ships were docked was still scorched black. However, on the empty space along the shore, there was a row of brand new brick houses. There was a wine shop, a barbecue stall, a clothing store, a warehouse. There are no more prostitutes. It took Donswa a while to react. Yuankai, known as the capital of bed slaves, did not have any prostitutes at the dock. No. The Dragon Queen has restored the freedom of those girls in training. According to the marriage law section of the code she created, free women above the age of 18 must marry. If they can't find a husband, civil officials will help them arrange a partner. Those prostitutes are all married? Donswa asked in surprise. It's not that simple. Redbeard shook his head and said with a complicated expression, unless they find a partner themselves. If civil officials are needed, they will be arranged to participate in the good wife and loving mother test before arranging a partner for the woman. What? Donswa's eyes widened in disbelief. Sigh. If you want to marry after the age of 18, you have to pass the good wife and loving mother test. You have to pass a test to marry? Donswa had lived for 50 to 60 years, but he had never heard of such a strange thing. What's the test? You have to bake bread, pickle sausages or smoke bacon, and recite the Book of Vegetable Root Tan. Those 3 tests are the basics. If you don't pass, you can't marry. Other than that, there's also needlework, farming and herding, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The civil officials will reward you according to your score and help you arrange a better husband, Redbeard said. This. Donswa was stunned. He muttered, why is that? Sigh, isn't it obvious? If you don't even know how to bake bread, won't your family starve to death? If you don't know how to pickle or smoke meat, if your family kills cows, sheep, pigs, and other livestock, won't you be able to finish it in one meal? Won't the leftovers rot? Redbeard asked. Did the Dragon Queen say that? Yes, that's what she explained to everyone. You have to understand that the prostitutes in Yuankai might be proficient in the more difficult 7 cries of spring, but they don't know how to live. The Dragon Queen wants to find a wife for her soldiers, not a noble lady. That makes sense. Donswa sighed. The Dragon Queen is indeed meticulous. She doesn't do bad things out of good intentions. Redbeard seemed to have been praised. He nodded with pride and said, of course. To encourage those women to improve themselves, the Dragon Queen gives them a lot of rewards. Other than gold coins, jewels, accessories, gorgeous clothes, silk, and other material rewards, there are also nobility titles like Young Madam, Madam, Eldest Madam, and so on. Donswa was stunned. Nobility titles specially prepared for women? Well, it was obvious that Danny had borrowed some of the ancient systems of the Celestial Empire. However, unlike the ancient dynasties, where women were noble because of men, sons, husbands, women in Slave Bay only needed to rely on their own abilities to obtain a respectable status. However, it wasn't as complicated as the ancient system of 1st and 2nd grade madam, 3rd grade virtuous lady, 4th grade respectful lady, 5th grade pleasant lady, 6th grade peaceful lady, and 7th grade gentle lady. There were only 3 ranks, young madam, eldest madam. How do you obtain a nobility title? Donswa asked again. Redbeard thought for a moment and said, it's determined by the score of the virtuous wife test and future performance. For example, if a woman's handiwork is especially good, she can become a young madam. Her status is similar to that of a knight. If she can make inventions that benefit the people, she can become a madam or eldest madam, similar to a knight. For example, a month ago, a female textile worker in Mireen presented a loom to the queen. Because it was twice as efficient as a normal loom, the Dragon Queen directly conferred the title of eldest madam. At the same time, she rewarded her with 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins? Danzwa was flabbergasted. This was even more lucrative than being a mercenary. Sigh, that's why I say that the Dragon Queen is magnanimous. She said that after the loom was popularized, the benefits of all the freedmen would increase by more than 100,000 gold coins. It was equivalent to her buying the patent for the female textile workers' loom in one go. Yes, the patent was also first mentioned by the Dragon Queen. She also said that when the time was right, she would add a patent law to the code to encourage the people to work hard for a better world. Edward's eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. For a better world. Danzwa seemed to be in a daze. Although my slave workers have also been freed by the Queen, I have to say that compared to the slave owners, I prefer Queen Dani, Edward said with a complicated tone. Oh. Danzwa came back to his senses and asked, what's that vegetable roots thing? It's said that vegetable roots is divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes. The upper volume is prepared for ordinary families. It's about washing your hands before eating, bathing at least once every 7 days, how to make your own toothbrush, toothpaste, soap for bathing and washing your hair, how to identify common illnesses and treat them. Sigh, it's too much and too messy. It has almost everything. I know about toothbrushes, but what's toothpaste? Danzwa was confused. It's a paste made from herbs used to clean your teeth. Sigh, it seems that it's quite difficult to become a qualified wife. It's even harder than learning the 7 cries of spring technique. Danzwa sighed. If a woman can find a husband before she turns 18, she won't need the help of a civil officer to find a husband. Then, she won't need to take the exam. The Dragon Queen said that men have to be responsible for their own choices. Chapter 166. Most of the new freedmen under Dani's rule didn't have wives. 3 cities, hundreds of thousands of bachelors, which made her worried. Those without permanent property had no perseverance. Only when everyone had a family and a job could the society be stable and harmonious, and Queen Dani's rule could be as stable as Mount Tai. It was easy to get property, but difficult to get a wife. Without a wife, how could there be a family? Therefore, Dani urgently needed a large number of wives. At least, she had to let her soldiers live a happy life with a wife. Fortunately, Yuankai was a city of bed slaves, and there were a large number of idle women. Almost all the owners of Yuankai Manor were confiscated, and a large number of Gith women who lost their fathers, brothers, and husbands, plus the widows left by the yellow silk cloak who died in the battle. Dani got hundreds of thousands of women with personal characteristics. Those women, how to put it, they were not suitable to marry her soldiers. Wives were not only used to hold hands. Not to mention helping each other in the soul level, at least in the future life, the husband and wife had to support and understand each other. Obviously, whether it was the bed slaves who only knew 7 kinds of spring cries, or the Gith women who used to be superior, they were not qualified to be the new freedmen's wives. Before finding a husband for them, they must be trained to correct their past old and rotten ideas and become new women in the free era. Well, the ideological realm could be improved slowly. At least, they should learn how to cook first, so that they wouldn't starve themselves and their husbands to death. Of course, Dani didn't force the Gith women to marry her soldiers or the new freedmen. They could also find a Gith bachelor who was willing to marry them. It was just that the soldiers who married the queen could get more material subsidies and a higher status. They would get extra points in the good wife assessment, and it was easier to get the title of young lady. In short, after the war, Dani was trying her best to clean up the single dogs in Slave Bay. It was still the old saying, only those with a family and property were good people. Good people. Hey, I found that there are more people in Yuankai City, but there are fewer Gith people among them. After passing through the slightly cold dock area and entering the Western Business District, Danzo found that there were more pedestrians on the street, but there were fewer Gith people with black and red hair and toka robes. He still remembered that the last time he left, Dragon Queen did not make things too difficult for the GC people in the Western District. There may be fewer in the future, Redbeard Edward smiled. Except for the manor owners and virtuous lords who have been confiscated and imprisoned, ordinary Gith people without skills have all been sent to Myrene by the Dragon Queen. What do you mean by a skill? I remember that Yuan Kai trained slaves for bed. The red-bearded captain waved his hand to interrupt him and said, that kind of technology doesn't count. The Dragon Queen needs skills that can increase productivity. Sigh, don't ask me what productivity is. I don't really understand it either. Just think of it as the ability to produce more food and goods. So you're saying that Dragon Queen doesn't allow Slave Bay to cultivate bed slaves? Danzo said regretfully. Redbeard paused, looked at him suspiciously, and muttered, how does this affect people like you? What do you mean? Danzo's face flushed red. He shifted the large chest in his right hand to his left, and his free right hand unconsciously reached for the hilt of the sword at his waist. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Redbeard quickly apologized and changed the topic. Yuan Kai and Astapor can't have bed slave business, but Myrene has no restrictions. You can go there and try. Of course, they are no longer bed slaves. Slaves are not allowed in Slave Bay. The woman must be willing, and can only be a contract worker. If the woman doesn't want to work, she can cancel the contract at any time if she pays a certain penalty. Yo hey. As the two of them were talking, a neat chant suddenly came from the east side of the street. As the crowd on the street dispersed, the two of them were surprised to see the Dragon Queen riding a big yellow horse, leading a long line of people from the east side of the city. The Dragon Queen's outfit today surprised them: brown open-toed leather sandals, white and slender calves exposed, a pair of medium-length silk pants covering her thighs, and a sleeveless leather vest on her upper body. Her long silver hair was braided into a long braid at the back of her head. They could see that her small knees, apricot yellow silk pants, vest, and arms were more or less stained with yellow mud. The team behind her was dressed almost the same as her, except that the color was different. They were all wearing sandals, silk pants, vests, and all covered in mud. Some of them carried hoes, some carried rakes, some pulled baskets, some pushed wheelbarrows, some pulled cows, horses, and even elephants and camels. The cows, horses, and elephants all had strange curved iron knives, plows, hanging from their backs. The two unsullied in front of the queen were each holding a long pole. A banner hung from the pole, which read, "Follow the Queen's footsteps, and realize agricultural production." This is... Danzo's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Queen went to farm. Just as he thought this, the Dragon Queen walked over and raised her right fist, shouting, "For our homeland, farm hard. For our homeland, farm hard." The 20,000 farmers behind her shouted together. "Winter is coming, farm hard." The Dragon Queen raised her fist again, and her clear voice was exceptionally loud. Well, according to Barristan's definition of a famous general, with Danny's current voice, she had barely stepped into the threshold of a famous general. "Winter is coming, work hard in farming." The farmers shouted again. "For the Queen, for our wives, for our homeland, winter is coming, farm hard." It was not until the Dragon Queen led the farmers into the Palace of Compassionate Peace and the nearby pyramids that Danzo came back to his senses. He stared at Edward, who was equally stunned, and said, "Is this your first time seeing this?" "I've been floating on the sea for the past month," Redbeard mumbled. After asking a passerby nearby, the two found out that the Queen had been working at sunrise and returning at sunset for the past month. Almost every day, she pulled the farmers of the Agricultural Mutual Association out of the city to farm, working hard to realize the Queen's super fertile land plan of opening up 45 million acres of wheat fields in Yuan Kai. Danzo saw that the middle-aged man who spoke to him was speaking in the advanced Valeglia language, and his words were clear, so he asked, "Sir, are you an officer of the Mother of Dragon's Guard?" "Well, This middle-aged man with deep eye sockets was wearing Queen Dany's militia outfit, leather sandals, brown beach pants, and a white linen t-shirt with a black dragon's head printed on the chest. It was a completely modern outfit. However, this outfit was indeed the most economical with fabric and the lowest cost. Dany currently had 4 troops under her command: white, blue, red, and yellow banners. The white banners were the Unsullied, the blue banners were the Wings of Liberty, and the red banners were the 3 main combat forces. The militia, minotaurs, and centaurs were all under the yellow banner, and were collectively known as the Dragon Mother's Guard. If newly liberated slaves were recruited, they would first join the Mother of Dragon's Guard. After the militia training, those with high technical and tactical skills could join the Wings of Liberty or the Guards. In a non-war state, the Mother of Dragon's Guard mostly wore militia outfits. The middle-aged man looked down at his clothes, shook his head, and said, "I serve Queen Dany, but I didn't join the Mother of Dragon's Guard. The Queen didn't restrict our dress, but many ready-made clothing stores sell this true dragon battle robe. Well, it's quite comfortable to wear, cool and light." Danzo looked at his woolen sweater and half-body leather armor. It was indeed a little hot and sweaty. "I just heard you mention the Agricultural Mutual Association. What kind of association is that?" The middle-aged man didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he asked hesitantly, "Are you a mercenary?" Dragon Queen had mercenary generals under her command, but she didn't hire any mercenaries. "I'm the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group, Danzo Dahan. I'm here to redeem the captured members of Yuan Kai." Danzo didn't hide anything and directly revealed his identity. The thin man with deep eye sockets let down his guard and smiled, "Hello, Commander Danzo. I'm Bill Clinton, Slave Bay's Minister of Culture." Minister of Culture? Before the previous question was solved, a new question mark appeared in Danzo's mind. He suddenly felt that the current Yuan Kai. No, the entire Slave Bay was very unfamiliar. The 3 of them had the same goal, so they didn't stop and walk together on the large square leading to the Palace of Compassionate and Peace. Bill explained as he walked, "I used to be a slave under the Great Lord of Meereen. Because I'm proficient in string instruments, I was chosen by Her Majesty as a music teacher, so you're the Queen's teacher." Red-Beard Edward exclaimed, interrupting Bill. "Haha, that's nothing. Her Majesty is very studious. After doing farm work during the day, she would study for 3 to 4 hours at night. Literature, music, history, etiquette, medicine, forging, architecture, and so on. More than a dozen subjects, more than a dozen teachers. I'm just one of them." Bill spoke very humbly, but there was an unconcealable pride in his eyes. Clearly, he was proud to be able to teach the Queen. There are so many subjects. Can the Queen learn them all? Edward clicked his tongue. Sigh, I had similar thoughts at first, but now. Bill's expression was complicated. There was surprise, reverence, and envy. Her Majesty's learning talent is far beyond that of ordinary people. She can learn almost everything in one go. She can often draw inferences about other things and come up with new ideas that no one has ever thought of before. Are you serious? Dragon Queen's tactical talent is already so amazing, and now she's even learning literature and art, and forging and architecture. The old poet said dejectedly, how are we supposed to live? Her Majesty's swordsmanship is also very good. It's best if all the slave owners can't survive. Bill tilted his head and looked at the old mercenary, implying something. Danzo touched his nose. Minister Bill, please continue. What are the Ministry of Culture and the Agricultural Mutual Society? Bill looked at him deeply and said, more than half of the plains outside Yuan-Kai City have been burned to the ground. The Queen intends to plant all of them with crops. But there are millions of acres of land. Even 100,000 farmers from Meereen won't be able to divide them all. Her Majesty has united everyone to form a society to help each other during the busy farming season. Danzo said incredulously, what's the use of planting so much food? I remember that Slavers Bay has never been short of food. Didn't you hear the slogan? Winter is coming. Well, after Lannister's debts must be repaid, the House of Stark's Winter is Coming was also stolen by Dany. I also know that summer is over, but Slaver's Bay is located at the southern end of the continent. There can be a harvest in winter. There's no need to store food in advance, right? Bill had similar thoughts, but he couldn't say anything bad about the Queen. He could only shrug and continue. The Queen wants to liberate the slaves from their ideological state. She needs an official organization to manage the cultural propaganda work of Slaver's Bay, which is the Ministry of Culture. Besides playing musical instruments, I'm also quite accomplished in literature, history, opera, and music arrangement. When the Queen tested us as palace teachers, I made up a story called Shrike, Hill and the Bug on the spot. Then I was appointed as the Minister of Culture. Shrike and Hill? Who are they? You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.